Hi, all. Just testing my microphone.
Hi, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Hi.
Thank you for coming. There's only 4 of you all right now.
Oh, excellent. New business night, too.
Well, we could go ahead and open the meeting. Good afternoon. Welcome to the HDC meeting of Tuesday, August 4th, 2026. We have a hybrid meeting today. And so far in the room, we have 2 regular board members, Abby Camp, myself, Angus McLeod. And we have Connie Patton in the room with us. And up on the screen, we've got Ray Pohl and Joe Paul. Welcome. Can we start with approval of the meeting agenda?
So moved.
On your motion,
Aye.
we could just do it in the room here.
Just the 3 of us.
So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Ray, I don't want to steal your thunder here. Do you want to do any of this or wait till we begin with our reviews?
I think, Angus, thank you for asking, but I think it's going to be easier if we run through the regular stuff. Do the live people in the room and then just choose a couple of us if you need to on Zoom.
Thanks, Ray. We've got
Thank you.
3 of us here. Okay, so commissioner comments. Anybody? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to consents. Does anyone have to recuse?
Angus, I believe I have 2 on there, so yes.
Okay, how about you, Joe?
I have nothing on there, so I'm good.
Perfect. All right. Would someone like to make a motion to do the consents?
I'll make that motion to approve consents.
On your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. And we move on to consent with conditions. Anybody need to recuse here? Okay,
I do not.
I
Great.
don't either, Angus, just FYI.
Excellent. So until there's any further addition, it will be the 5 of us. Ray and Joe online, Abby, myself, and Connie in person. Okay, would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent with conditions?
So
I'd
moved.
make that motion. Sorry.
Thank you, Connie, on your motion.
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye. Thank you.
Abby,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well. All right, now we move on to signs. Would someone like to motion?
Yeah, Angus, Mr. Chair, I move that we take up and approve the sign committee's recommendations.
Thank you, Ray, on your motion.
Motion? Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. All right, so now we move on to the Commissioner Q&A with Preservation Planner. Holly, do you have any news for us?
Well, first I'll be here this evening for you all. And then you all saw an email that I sent out on behalf of our CPC project with the Preservation Institute in Nantucket. And that is about Main Street streetscapes. And please take that survey that I sent. Please send it along. It's going to be open up and through the, I believe, Labor Day. So that information is going to work towards the project that PIN has been working on for us, which again is a CPC project. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Are there any questions for Holly before we move on to the next piece on the agenda? Hearing none, I'll hand it over to you, Ray, for the Nantucket Superior Court remand.
Okay, Angus, thank you. So at the outset, let me just establish the board. It's the 5 people that are on Zoom and in the room. They would be Angus, Connie, Abby, Joe, and myself. That's our sitting board. I'll also note that we have town council, George Pucci, and Nicole Montana on Zoom. If there are any questions regarding procedures, that sort of thing. George, were you planning on speaking? You can just nod your head. I can see you on Zoom. Yes or no?
Yes,
Okay,
if needed, as needed.
got it. Thank you. Okay, so hopefully all of you are familiar with this application. This is a remand from the judge at the Superior Court who basically found that the HDC's decision to not permit the demolition of the garage at 43A Union Street, and that decision, just by the way, was upheld by the select board. It wound up going to Superior Court, and the judge, I don't suppose ruled against is the proper way to say it, but he did remand it to our board. Hopefully you've all had a chance to read what the judge's decision was. Basically, if we change our vote and approve the demo, I think it sort of ends there. If it doesn't, if we vote to deny the demolition that has been remanded to us, it's going to go back up to the judge. Skip the Board of Selectmen, right straight back to the judge. So that's sort of where we are with everything. Do we have somebody who's going to give testimony on this, or a representative?
So Ray, there are a number of people who are waiting to speak in the room.
I'm aware of that, Angus. But I think they're going to be speaking as neighbors. They're not going to be speaking like in favor of the application necessarily. I just saw Arthur pop on. Arthur, which side of the fence are you on this one?
I represent the property owner.
Okay.
And-
Are you or someone else going to give sort of an overview synopsis of where we are? You know,
I think I should do that, Mr. Chair.
okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
fair enough.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
all right. So George, why don't you take it?
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. It's George Pucci from KP Law. Good to be with you this afternoon. As you recall, last week we gave you a preview of the remand public hearing on the 43A Union Street garage proposed demolition. The Superior Court did actually rule against the HDC in the case, found that the decision to deny the demolition was arbitrary and capricious as it was reasoned in the decision. And then the court sent the matter back for a remand hearing, a full public hearing. That's why we updated you last week as to the court decision to let you know the procedural posture that it was before you. And also to provide, whatever required notices needed to go out for your typical public hearing. So we wanted to make sure that we complied with all procedural requirements in addition to what the court had ordered. But what you're here today for is you are under the court order to rehear the application and to issue a new decision on it. court decisions are very lengthy. They go on and they kind of, they're made for lawyers to read. This decision in question is fairly, plain English, but it is lengthy. And what I would recommend you do in terms of your obligations for the remand hearing, there's a single sheet that's called Judgment on Finding of the Court. And that's where the judge summed up his findings, and that contains the parameters of the order that he sent it back to you. So, it's not giving anything away to say to you, and I don't mind saying it in public, that the judge clearly, indicated from this that he is definitely, sort of attempting to persuade the HDC to reconsider and approve the demolition that was denied the first time around. And then he imposed, in the event that you go ahead and you hear it and you want to deny it the second time, he set out specific requirements that he wants to see in a new decision justifying basically the denial on the remand hearing. And those are set forth. It's a five sentence order titled Judgment on Finding of the Court. And he has requirements that he wants you to address and justify in the event that you go ahead and you choose to deny this a second time. So if you have any questions about, how to interpret that or how to apply that, I'm here and I'm available to answer any of those questions for you. I'm not here to advocate on behalf of the applicant. I'm just here to advocate on your behalf to make sure that you comply properly with this remand order from the judge. Good, bad, or ugly, however you come down on it, you want to make sure that you're in compliance with what the judge is ordering here, because your decision here will not be appealable now to the select board. It will be something that goes back to the Superior Court in the event of a denial. So that's all I have to say at this point. And again, I'm here to answer any questions that you have. Nicole is also here. She tried the case for the HDC with Holly, your preservation planner, testified at the trial. They put in the full case of trying to justify the reason why the application was denied. The court didn't find that persuasive and did rule against the HDC and the select board in upholding it. So that's the procedural posture you're here. If any questions come up about evidence that was submitted, particularly evidence that the judge talks about in this remand order, Nicole is here if you need further detail about that. But otherwise, I'll be advising you on this today. Thanks very much.
Okay, George, thank you very much. We'll probably be getting back to you. I think right now then I would like to hear from, I don't see anyone other than Arthur, and I'll get to him a little later. I don't see anyone other than Arthur on Zoom. So I'm assuming there are people in the audience. Is that true, Angus? Who would like to speak on
It
this
is.
project?
Yep.
So could you just help me a little bit and just have them come up and, name for the record, and the microphone and all that?
So just one at a time, come up to the microphone and state who you are for the record.
Herschel Allerhand, 47 Union Street. I disagree with what the counsel just said. I don't think the judge found it to be capricious. What he basically said was, on its face, you didn't make a case. He sent it back, and I don't think he even said that we couldn't overturn it. He just wanted a better projection. I don't think our counsel at the time was new. I don't think she was properly briefed either. I personally know of a couple of things that were mistaken in the evidence that was brought forth. What I would suggest is this: we're not going to change it right this moment. I would suggest that we neither grant nor refuse. I think that we hold it over and work to reply to the judge. When we come to a conclusion, when we come to this reply to the judge, we can then look at it and have counsel take another look at it and see if it's persuasive. I don't think based on what you're hearing today, that you can make a reasonable case. I've read what the judge wanted, and I think it could be easily answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allerhand.
And Ray, I just need to interject on that. There is
Yes.
no carrying this over. You're under an order. The property owner who prevailed on the case and the underlying action has been cooperative with us in terms of schedule, summer schedule, your schedule, getting it noticed, getting it properly teed up for a remand hearing. We need to act reasonably promptly in response to the order. So today is the remand hearing. And I'm not saying that the judge compels you to accept it and approve it the second time around. But what I am saying is the judge gave you very specific instructions. If you intend to deny it the second time, the court wants to see answers to the questions that are set out in this judgment. So I want to be very clear. Today is the day of the remand public hearing, and you need to make a decision on it today.
Okay. Well, my response is then I think we could answer the judge. What he asked for is not unreasonable. And if you read it, I think we can definitely reply to the judge. I think one thing everybody here can agree on, it's not a good thing when an outside judge overturns the finding of the people who live on Nantucket. And I think that we owe it to try to respond. And I think could easily be responded. He's not asking for anything unreasonable. He basically, what the judge said was that we didn't make a case at all. We just read what the statute says. And with all respect, I don't think that our counsel was properly briefed. And I know this was the first time around. I think we could have done a much better job. So I respectfully say that we should turn it down and come back with the answer to the judge.
Okay, thank you very much. And George, thank you for the additional information. Who's next? Who's live?
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Coffin, and I live at 47 Union Street.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coffin. Go ahead.
You can talk now.
Yeah.
I thought we were just identifying ourselves. Sorry. I concur with Mr. Allerhand that we should do our best work to make a cogent and complete appeal. And I specifically think that one of the difficulties we've always faced of trying to know enough about ourselves is that the building done after the Second World War was really minimal. There are very few houses that I know of that were built in the 40s. So this is an unusual little structure. It's a unique little structure, and the form it has is that of a late transitional auto house. And as such, it represents a very specific moment in our automobile culture. And the automobile culture, of course, since it's in a really grotesque mess at the moment, should become more important to us. We should pay more attention to it. And certainly, obliterating a garage doesn't do the job of paying attention to the culture. Now, the facade on the street made it part of the streetscape. It's very unusual. There are no other garages on Union Street that are that way. This was specifically made for, it's a small structure. And when it was built, it was placed right next to 45. It's 12 inches away from 45 Union. And it's about 3 feet away from the giant elm tree. Now, that elm tree was 70 years old when the garage was built. So it was a significant tree even then. It's now 145 years old and making it venerable. It's called the Queen of the Street. Now, the other thing is that this little garage was used as a garage. I don't want you to get the thought that it can't be used. The first time I saw it used was it in the 60s when it had a VW bug in it. Fit very nicely. And the last time I saw it used was when Mr. and Mrs. Matthews had their, I don't know if it was a Fiat or a Mini Cooper. And they just pulled in and out of that garage quite deftly. And we all enjoyed seeing it, actually. The other thing about it, the reason why this was put this far away from the house and put next to 45, and in fact, when you see it from the street, from the pedestrian vista, you think it belongs to 45. You don't identify it as being 43 visually. Now, that's because 45 was not a residence. It was a dwelling. But Mr. Lewis kept the caskets in it. That was called the casket house. It was not, there was nobody living in it, so there was no problem of, noise or pollution or anything like that going on. The other thing is that the judge characterized it as an eyesore. And I actually resented that quite a lot. I think that he was putting his visual impressions of that house, the little house, auto house, in
Ms.
lieu.
Coffin, could you wrap it up? Your timer went off a little while ago.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just saying that to have any structure that we're trying to keep or not make a decision about in the old residential historic district to be characterized as an eyesore by a judge from off island does us, he's substituting his authority for ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffin. Anyone else?
Yes, Ray, someone's coming to the.
Thank you, Angus. I can barely see the auditorium on my little screen here.
Good afternoon. My name is Kurt Kuziak. I represent the property owner in this instance from Fitch Law Partners. We're here today because of a June 4th ruling from the Superior Court and the findings of fact that the Superior Court found in that case would be accepted as fact by any subsequent court looking at this case. So it's important to understand that fact in itself, that the facts that were found in the decision as it's written by the judge are the facts of the case and would be seen as the facts of the case by any subsequent court looking at it. Some of the more salient facts that the court found was that the parts of this garage that are visible from the street are the doorways and the roof, both of which, or neither of which I should say, is over 50 years old. Both are closer to 20 years old and were recently constructed. So it's arguably not even a contributing structure. In 2018, a COA was needed for the approval to an addition to this garage. The original design for the cottage that was going to be put there was as an addition to the garage. But as the commission is probably very well aware, the definition of addition is vague at best in Nantucket. And the actual addition was going to be some of the inside studs of one wall of the garage, thereby making the original structure that stands there now completely obliterated and not visible from any vantage point. The plaintiffs were not required to file a separate demolition COA at that time because the garage was not going to be altered or raised or removed. It was simply going to be altered. Excuse me, it was going to be altered, but not raised or removed. The court found that, quote, the only parts of the existing garage that are being incorporated into the proposed new house were the interior framing studs of one of the garage's walls. No part of the existing garage structure would have been visible to any outside observer, no matter their vantage point. And that was a COA that this commission approved. As matters turned out, this is again quoting from the court's rulings, as matters turned out, the plaintiffs were unable to build the 2018 residential project as proposed because the zoning board required the new house to be set back further from the road in order to accommodate parking off of Union Street. Consequently, the plaintiffs made revisions to the 2018 proposed project and submitted plans in May 2020 to revise the 2018 COA. When the plaintiffs submitted the applications to revise the 2018 COA with the 2020 revised plan, showing that the garage would be replaced by the house, at that time, the Historic Structures Advisory Board, which was in existence at that point, which I believe Commissioner McLeod was on at that point, twice reviewed the project and submitted memos in writing to the HDC noting that the garage that is the subject of this dispute on Lot B was not historic and, quote, not contributing. Again, the court's finding of fact was as follows, quote, assuming arguendo that the HSAB was simply mistaken when it noted the garage was historically non-contributing, there was no mistaking that the plaintiffs in May 28, 2020, revised project plans revealed that the garage would no longer be visible to anyone, and neither the HSAB nor the commission raised any issue about that fact of the existing garage was historic or that it was going to be replaced by the new house. The project was then delayed by COVID, and so a new application had to be submitted, and the new cottage was then approved by this commission for the third time. The Matthews then went off to get a building permit and were told by the building department that they now needed to get a COA for demolition, for which they dutifully applied. The court specifically found as follows, quote, in its minutes for the October 1, 2024 meeting, the commission admitted that at some point it had approved the demolition of the garage. Ms. Backus testified that this was a mistake in the minutes, and the court found as follows. However, despite the existence of yet another questionable mistake, the commission still adopted the minutes of the October 1, 2024 meeting at its January 14, 2025 meeting and never sought to correct the record. The court found that the plaintiffs presented other evidence at trial showing that the commission had allowed the demolition of other historically older garages and structures in the same neighborhood, including Union Street. And in fact, in response to an earlier comment made this evening, the reason there are no other garages on Union Street of this nature was because the HSAB has previously allowed COAs for their demolition. There's nothing unique at all about this garage. There's no historical value to it whatsoever. The court then made its rulings of law, in which it annulled the decision of the HDC to deny the demolition COA. In making that judgment, the court ruled, and I quote again, in its present condition, the tired-looking garage might fairly be characterized by a reasonable observer to be an eyesore to the neighborhood. It is unadorned and has no architectural features to speak of, other than the white trim boards, small pane sash windows, and door strap hinges, which are different than the original butt hinges. The court then found, quote, the court has serious concerns that the commission's current denial may not be warranted by the evidence, but until such time as the commission establishes the record of its reasoning for judicial and appellate review, the court deems it appropriate to annul the decision and remand the matter to the commission. In the case that this commission makes a decision to, again, deny the demolition COA, the court has two requirements for the commission. The first requirement is as follows, quote, in the event that the commission intends to deny the plaintiff's demolition COA, the commission shall establish for judicial review a written record of the factual reasons for its decision, which shall address under Section 9A why the commission reported no concern about the loss to Nantucket inhabitants' view of the exterior architectural features of the garage when it approved the plaintiff's proposed project on 3 prior occasions, and has now decided on the identical project that the garage has such architectural or historic interest that its removal would be detrimental to the public interest of the town of Nantucket. The second requirement is, in the event the commission intends to deny the plaintiff's demolition COA, it must additionally explain its reasons for concluding that the plaintiff's current demolition COA warrants its denial as being detrimental to the public interest of the town of Nantucket, while other COAs for similar structures in the historic district, i.e. the other garages in the neighborhood and other structures that the HDC allowed the demolition of, which were submitted in evidence at this trial, have been approved for demolition. So the court has essentially given you an extremely difficult task. Should you again seek to deny the demolition COA. That, of course, will result in another appeal, and I believe would result, and I think your own counsel would advise you of the same, in an eventual decision against the COA that would, against the HDC, that would find the decision to be arbitrary and capricious, which would result in a flood of litigation from others to the HDC, which would certainly not be in the HDC's best interests.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kuziak. Anyone else in the room?
Ray, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. The gentleman's comments, not Kurt's, but the gentleman that spoke from the community. I stand corrected. The judge did not find that the decision was arbitrary and capricious, but he sent it. He clearly wasn't convinced that it should have been denied, and he sent it back with those specific requirements. But I just wanted to note that there was actually no finding yet of arbitrary and capricious.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, George. Anyone else in the room?
Can I respond to that?
Oh, is that a no? Have we heard from everyone?
No, they're two people.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Rita Carr. I'm the Executive Director of Nantucket Preservation Trust, and I would just briefly like to speak to the point that other garages of similar vintage, similar design have been allowed to be demolished and permitted for demolition. I would argue that that makes this garage more significant and more worthwhile of not being demolished, because outbuildings, garages, carriage houses, sheds like this used to be much more common than they are today. Many of them have been lost and replaced with larger dwellings, other structures, and it's an element of our streetscape that has been lost, and the loss of this building would just continue further down that path, and a change to Nantucket's historic streetscape that I would argue is detrimental to the public interest of the town of Nantucket. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. And Angus, as I understand it, there's one more person who wants to speak.
Oh, one of the gentlemen from the public who spoke before was up at the stand to speak again.
Oh, would that be Mr. Allerhand?
It would be.
Okay. Briefly, Mr. Allerhand, but go ahead.
Look, the judge did not overturn. He just asked us to take another look at it and follow his instructions. I think we can do that. I'm just quoting Keynes, when facts change, our opinions change. I don't know what other people do. We can show there's been a difference, and I think we can respond to it. It's important not to let what you people do to be overturned. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, how about now, Angus?
Oh, the lawyers returned to the stand. Please go ahead.
Very, very briefly.
Mr. Kuziak?
Yes, extremely briefly. I just wanted to respond to the. I just wanted to respond to the comment that the COAs allowing the demolition of other garages in the neighborhood make this garage more significant historically and unique. As your own counsel will undoubtedly tell you, the appellate court decisions in Massachusetts state that the HDC's decisions have to be consistent with each other. So the fact that the HDC in the past has allowed the demolition of other garages, which are in fact older and arguably more historically significant than this structure, is very, very important with respect to the contemplation of this decision by the HDC. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur, did you want to say anything on Zoom?
No, I think my colleague, Mr. Kuziak, has covered it quite adequately. Thank you.
Okay. So have we covered all the public comments at this point? I believe we have.
There isn't anyone else standing at the microphones.
Okay, Angus, thank you. So I'm going to For all of you who didn't notice that you were on the board, Angus, Connie, Abby, Joe, and Ray. Joe and Ray are on Zoom, Angus, Connie, Abby in the room. That's our voting board. Any questions for anyone before we start with deliberation? Okay, hearing none, I would ask someone to begin the discussion.
I'm happy to begin.
Angus, thank you. Go ahead.
So at this meeting, there was mention of HSAG, the Historic Structures Advisory Board, declaring that this was not contributing, and that's hard to believe. I've communicated with the previous chair of that board when it was existing, and he doesn't believe that it was the case, and I don't either. But anyway, I have a statement that I wanted to read. I acknowledge that the building is in a deteriorated condition and that portions of the doors and roofing have been replaced. However, deterioration alone does not eliminate historic significance. The Commission's responsibility is to evaluate the historic contribution of the structure itself, not simply its present physical condition. The record reflects that significant deterioration has occurred during the current ownership. The town's minimum maintenance requirements exist to ensure that historic structures are protected from avoidable deterioration and remain structurally sound. In my view, it would not be consistent with the purposes of Chapter 395 to allow deterioration occurring during an owner's stewardship to become the basis for concluding that that a historically significant building should be demolished. I recognize that previous commissions approved construction proposals that contemplated the loss of this structure. I cannot speak to the reasoning behind those decisions, nor do I regard them as binding precedent. My responsibility is to evaluate the demolition application presently before us based upon the statutory standards and the record developed in this proceeding. There are many facets to this application that have been mentioned, but my review is limited to the standards established in Chapter 395 of the Acts of 1970. The question before the Commission is not whether the proposed replacement residence is appropriate, but whether the existing structure possesses sufficient architectural or historic significance that its demolition would be detrimental to the public interest. Although the earlier approvals contemplated construction that may have incorporated or replaced the garage, they did not make explicit findings under sections 6 and 9 regarding whether demolition of this particular structure satisfied the statutory standard. That is the distinct question before the Commission today. Likewise, each demolition application must be decided on its own facts. While the Commission has approved demolition of other garages within the historic district, those decisions involved different buildings, different circumstances, different records, and different findings. They do not dictate the outcome of this application. I find that this structure's significance is not derived from elaborate architectural detailing or exceptional craftsmanship. Rather, its importance lies in its rarity as a surviving small mid-century service building that continues to illustrate the historic pattern of development along Union Street. In my judgment, the structure contributes meaningfully to the historic streetscape through its modest scale, siting near the street, massing, roof form, materials, and longstanding relationship to the surrounding historic buildings. These characteristics help preserve the pedestrian character and evolution of the old historic district that Chapter 395 was enacted to protect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're muted, Ray.
Yeah, you're muted. Ray.
Sorry. I said, who's next?
I could give it a stab.
Okay, Abby, thank you.
So I believe.
Is your mic on, Abby? Sorry.
Yeah, so just, okay. Is that better?
Much
Yeah.
better. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I agree with Angus completely. I haven't changed my mind since I was last on this project. I'm a member of the HDC. I'm here to preserve historic buildings, and this is one of them. And for many reasons, it should be restored and not demolished. It looks like a simple building, but on our land, it's an important building because it is simple. It represents the neighborhood, smaller buildings around the neighborhood. Its scale is important. I could go on, but I like the idea of talking amongst the board and getting back to the judge with some concrete reasons why we believe it should not be demolished. So we make that case. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see, Connie and Joe, and then me.
Um, I might be able to go. I haven't prepared anything because I wasn't expecting to sit on this, but obviously I've been following it. I'm looking at the judge's decision here, and it says that the plaintiffs have proven that the commission's denial is facially deficient and concludes that it should be annulled without further ado. So that doesn't, I read that and think it really doesn't sound like there's a lot for debate, that it's been handed back to us and we need to make a decision. It doesn't sound like there's anything to argue other than whatever decision we come up with needs to have some basis. I agree with what Angus and with what Abby said with respect to the streetscape and the scale of the structure. And I also, agree that, as time moves on, the landscape changes, and therefore the pressure on historic buildings becomes greater and greater to preserve them. So it's the context is constantly evolving. I think it's unfortunate that the judge refers to the state of the structure in this decision, because I certainly wouldn't want there to be a precedent that a judge or anybody else could use the deterioration of a building as the basis for a demolition. But it seems to me that the basis for the annulment has more to do with the previous approvals that were issued by the HDC on this. And so if I think about this objectively and from the applicant's perspective, they have my sympathy, I think. We approved, in addition to this, we approved the removal of the garage and the replacement with a house twice. It looks like once on consent without a lot of debate. And then once it was requested that there be a COA for a demolition, that's when there was some neighbor objections and so forth, and it became, I guess, less of a formality, and there was a spotlight on this. But I I can't help but think of this in the context of our previous decisions. And it's hard for me to find a justification to keep the structure there. As much as if this was being reviewed anew for the first time, I would vote in favor to keep the structure. But given the past decisions, there wasn't just one, it was a couple. I have a hard time finding a reason to not allow the demolition of the structure. Thanks.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Connie?
So I think that part of what the HDC is all about is trying to keep the historic fabric of the island. And as Joe pointed out, that's becoming harder and harder. People are buying places, they're putting up large structures, and especially in the downtown historic area, I think it's important that we do try to keep what is there. And honestly, and this is my personal opinion, I almost felt threatened by some of the context of the discussion earlier, that the choice has been made for us and that we have to go along. And I don't think that was the intent. But that's how I felt, that we have really no other choice to make but to vote to demolish this tiny little auto house, I think it was called. And I appreciate your historic perspective about the caskets. My other concern is the elm tree, which is 3 feet away, which if we do decide to go that route and demolish this garage, how is that going to harm that beautiful tree that is 140 something years old, which is also part of the historic fabric of this island. And I do believe that Nantucket put this board together so that we preserve what we can for future generations. People come to this island, to enjoy its beauty and its beaches and everything else, but also to partake in the history of Nantucket, and it's got a very rich history. So I wouldn't be for the demolition of this tiny little structure. I think that it can be put back together somehow. And it's a shame. I see it just about every day because I live down in that area, and it has deteriorated in the last couple of years, that this has been an ongoing process. So I thank you for listening to me, and that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Connie, thank you. Okay, I want to make note of a few things. So I disagree with the judge that this building is an eyesore. I actually really like it, and I like its scale. In fact, if all of Union Street were buildings, single-story buildings of this scale, I think everybody would just be delighted. But that's not the situation. The situation is that the streetscape keeps evolving. So, as chair and as a member of the board, I have a hard time when people say like, well, we have to keep the streetscape, because if we have to keep the streetscape in all cases just the way it is, why do we actually have an HDC? So I don't dislike the building. I think that some of the things that have just been brought up, particularly with respect to the big tree, that is a problem. I'm not sure it's a problem that relates to what we have under discussion right now. But my biggest feeling about this remand is I'm afraid that it's going to have a very, very unintended negative consequence for the HDC as a board. If this gets remanded back, if this goes back to the judge as yet another denial, and I don't think the judge was like ransoming the board or whatever, or strong arming the board. I think he was just, doing his job. And I think he gave us the benefit of doing a remand as opposed to an outright denial, because now here we all are all debating it again. But I think that the issue is, if it comes back as yet another denial, I think that the judge, in all likelihood, will vote it down outright. Now, the consequence of that is it's going to make the paper, and the paper is going to say, Superior Court judge overrules town on demolition, in which case I have this sneaking feeling that we're going to be getting a lot more requests for demolition. So I would rather, what the old expression is, this does not want to be the hill that I die on. I would rather save our, ammunition for something that is of greater consequence than this one bay garage. So, reluctantly, I would be in favor of the demolition, but thank you for all hearing me. Now we get to the interesting part of the meeting, which is, we're going to need a motion of some kind.
Mr. Chair, could I make a comment?
Yeah, sure, Angus.
It was just about this going to the paper and, what the message is from the HTC. And my concern is that if attorneys say, no, you can't deny this and we're going to demolish it, I don't want to feed that fire with an approval. There are already a lot of applications for demolitions, and to get one approved and also to get one sort of strong-armed through, I think it's going to send an unwanted message for preservation.
I do hear you, Angus. I don't think there's any great, lovely solution, or we would have found it. But I'm concerned about the message that, well, once we get off Nantucket with our little local issues and we get up to Superior Court, that we're not going to get a lot of airtime. That's my concern. Anyway, so it sounds to me like we have a majority in favor of denying the application again. But that's just my informal take. Would somebody care to make a motion, and we'll see where it all goes?
So what, I would make that motion, but I thought the judge wanted us to come back with some concrete evidence or make a case for saving this building. So, we could either do a motion where the board gets together and comes up with a case to present to the judge, or we could I could make a motion to deny.
I wanted to interject, Ray. I think you
There
could
you
use
go.
some advice at this point.
Yep.
If the motion ends up being to deny it a second time, what I would recommend is that you go ahead and make that motion. If that motion carries, then I would recommend very strongly that the commission prepare a written decision specifically focused on answering the questions that are in 3 and 4 mainly, are the main places of the judgment on finding of the court. And I don't know how you usually do your decisions. I don't know if your land use specialist does it, or if Holly does, or if one of your members wants to take be designated the person to write the first draft of the decision. And then what I would recommend you do is prepare that draft decision and then bring it back to be voted, to be affirmed by the HTC. In other words, you've already made the vote. It is a denial the second time, but then you're going ahead and complying with the remand order by issuing a decision. But I don't think that you can, obviously you can't write a written decision today that addresses those questions. So I would recommend writing a decision, based on the issues that you discussed today, and then bringing that written decision back for approval by the commission, and then we'll file that with the court. And what I would recommend you do is, if you can, and I know it's a summer schedule, if you go ahead and vote to deny that you bring back a written decision for consideration and approval by the commission at the next scheduled meeting if you can, and then we'll get it filed with the court.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, George, because I was having a lot of difficulty thinking how we were going to wrap this up into a motion. But it
It's like
sounds
an
like
exhibit A kind.
well, no, it's an exhibit A that we don't need to draw up right now.
Correct.
We have
And
we
they
have a
aren't
little bit
often
of
drawn at the table. They get submitted to staff, and the exhibit A gets finessed until it captures the essence of what was discussed at the table. So I'm just trying to characterize it in a methodology that we've used before,
Okay.
which is kind of an approval with contingent upon additional information, usually visual, but in this case, it would be maybe
Written.
visual plus written.
Yeah. Okay, so Abby, has George answered your question?
Yes, it sounds like we go for a denial. And the denial is for denial against the remand, or how do I say that? How do I verbalize that? Just
Denial of the
The
application.
motion would be to deny the demolition COA on remand and to issue a written decision answering the questions raised by the judge.
Yeah,
To
okay.
bring back at the next meeting to approve and then submit to the court. Council will submit it to the court on your behalf, but we'll need to see it. The process that Joe had described for your normal situation when you write a decision would be something that you want to do here, but you just want to be able to do it promptly.
Right. George, can Abby, given what you just said, that language, can Abby say so moved?
Yes.
Thank God. Okay.
I like
So
I
Abby,
like that, George. Thank
George
you.
has sort of captured the language that you were looking for, and so I'm gonna go on that. So on Abby's motion, Angus,
Aye.
Connie, is Connie there?
Yeah, she said
Oh, sorry, I.
Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. Abby,
aye.
very good. Joe,
No.
okay, and I'm a no too. So that motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Listen, thanks everyone. I know this is a very difficult application and we'll see where it all goes. And Angus, thanks for letting me chair. And I'm gonna send it back to you, if you don't mind.
And Ray, did you designate somebody who is going to write the decision?
Well, I don't necessarily want to determine that, but I think that Angus has given this a lot of thought, and if he's willing to do it, I would,
Yeah.
kind of see what he.
If Angus writes the decision, I would recommend that you review it with staff and the preservation planner and council before you bring it
yeah.
back to be adopted by the commission.
Yeah.
Make a good idea.
Now, Angus, I didn't want to like designate that to you, but are you comfortable with that?
I am.
Okay, very good. There you go, George.
Thanks very much.
All right,
Appreciate
thanks,
everybody's
everyone.
time. Thank you, Ray.
Yep. Bye-bye. Okay, let's see. We're on new business of 7-7 now.
Ray, would you like to continue cheering or should I?
Oh, I'd rather just be I'd rather not. It's difficult like trying to feel the room. I can't read the room
Okay.
when I'm zooming, but thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to new business 7-7, starting with 1 South Mill Street, an as-built driveway.
I believe he is in the queue. Garrett, I'm gonna promote you to panelist.
Garrett, please go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, sorry, I was just trying to get it straightened out. How you guys doing?
Oh, just great.
Okay, you hear me okay? Not sure how to proceed.
Oh, please go ahead when you're ready.
Oh,
Are you screen sharing or Deanna, are you doing? Okay.
Yeah, I was just I did the driveway over when I was in the middle of construction. The sewer line went through and tore up pretty much the whole driveway area. And it was kind of a hazard thing. And I really, didn't know when I hired Mike Morelli, and I didn't know that he didn't pull a permit at the time until I was told I didn't have a permit when I did it. So it was more of a hazard, a safety concern more than anything. That's why I did it pre getting the permit. But at the same time, I I didn't know Mike didn't pull a permit. But anyway, that's where I was on that.
I think that's it.
That's the neighbor's driveway.
Oh. Oh, we don't have a, oh,
Be in there. Keep going.
yeah, there's no photos of the driveway.
So it doesn't appear that we have a photograph of what's
Mm-mm.
being applied for.
It should be in there. It was in the package.
You're correct. It should be.
Let me see. That might be it there. Oh no, that's not it. Could it be?
Um, so it seems like it would make sense for us to have photographs of what we're deciding on here. So it seems like we need more.
Because I had before and after pictures in the package. I don't know how it's not in there. That's weird.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
he is correct. I did provide my comments based on the photographs that were included. He has brick there. I don't know if you want to listen to my comments or.
Holly, please go ahead.
Okay.
In your notes, there's a photograph of what was there, but I don't see a photograph of what is there.
So this property you all approved is a contributing structure that was a garage turned into a dwelling within the Mill Hill Quaker neighborhood. While the brick driveway is appropriate for this part of the OHD, the existing concrete probably dated to the age of the structure, and concrete is mostly within the town right away. Things I think that need to be provided are, again, photos of the as-built condition, but a detailed site plan included, because it doesn't provide the material change on the site plan that was provided. And a lot of this work seems to be within the town right of way, so I want to make it clear that provided if the commission is so inclined to approve any COA for the driveway, that he is required to go to town administration / DPW for an encroachment permit for the driveway. Again, a lot of that is within the town right of way, so I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. So
I did try to go through DPW. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I did try to go through DPW in the town. I left countless messages. No one ever returned my call, so I didn't really want to pay for it. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't really, I was making it better, of course, and I was basically paying for the town's street. But considering I made so many calls, it was just nothing was getting done. So. And it was like I said, people were tripping over it. People were falling down on the site because there was 2-foot holes in the ground, you know, and people were walking their dogs by there, and I was afraid someone was going to sue me, you know. So so we just did the driveway over with a brick and match it with everything else in the neighborhood there.
Garrett, thank you.
Mhm.
Seamus, would you like to comment? Seamus, I think you're muted. Or did you need to make a panelist?
Hello?
Seamus, please go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I was just wondering about the last image. Would you be able to just describe that again?
Sure.
Also, it's Seamus, not Seamus.
Seamus, are you trying to look at the site plan, or is there a comment that you would like to make to the commissioners?
No, it was the site plan, please.
Just
Yeah, just the site plan, if that's okay.
okay.
Seamus, the site plan's up.
Brilliant. Is that Angola Street I'm looking at?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the side of Angola Street.
Okay. I see it. Brilliant. Thank you very much. And can I say, Garrett, that's a lovely hat.
Oh, thanks, sir.
Where'd you get that from?
Cisco,
This really? When were you
the
there?
one at Fenway Park.
A point
Oh,
of
really?
order. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. So commissioners, do you have questions for the applicant?
Okay.
Angus?
I've got a question.
Ray, go ahead.
Well, I was going to start. So, as far as I know, I have not yet seen a photograph of the actual site with the brick installed. Am I correct?
Yes.
Correct.
All right. So, sort of going on speculation here, but it sounds like the issue is twofold in that there used to be concrete and now there's brick, right?
Correct.
And that was the sidewalk, and now it's all brick, right? So, and then the second one is getting in touch with the DPW, which I can certainly understand, like, however this board feels about brick versus concrete, I'm not sure is necessarily should or can be tied into what the DPW has to say. So all of that is just to say that if this is brick and I see all the other houses around, and of course know the houses around that have these brick driveways, I'm okay with this. That's
Yeah, I matched it exactly the same. Mike Morelli matched it pretty much identical to everything else.
Thanks, Ray. Garrett, the commissioners are going to make their comments, and then I'll return to you.
Okay,
Any
sorry.
further comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Joe, would you like to comment?
Sure. Ray, and I was confused when I saw the photographs because I couldn't figure out how two cars were fitting in a space that looks like, 20% of it is off the property line. So, if there was was there a pre-existing space in this location that it was just resurfaced? Is that correct understanding?
Pretty much, yep. It was just basically the same surface area. Just
Okay. Well, I'm just going to note that from the material change, I have no concerns. And that in no way says that this is a legitimate space because according to the survey, it looks like it's off the property, although not up to the edge of pavement. But from a materiality perspective, I have no concerns with the revision. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Who'd like to go next? Connie, Abby?
I can go.
Go ahead, Connie.
I also have no concerns over the brick. It looks like It's pretty common on South Mill. But I do think we would need a couple things if we approve tonight, like a site plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Abby?
Yeah, I think a little more information for the application would be good. I was just wondering along in front of the house, where there's a wood timber rather than concrete, is that going to be replaced with concrete?
Whereabouts? I don't know what you're talking about.
In front of the house, you have a long.
It was always concrete. There was no wood there at all.
Okay. And I was sorry, I was looking at, I must have been the neighbor's house.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, I have nothing to add. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So I agree, the material seems appropriate. We just need more information.
Okay.
I'm seeing now, I was just handed a picture of what's existing, that helps. And what it was. So, I'm fine with it as well. Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted
Um,
and that as be, I mean, I don't have a, I'm not adding the as built fee. My motion.
So it's a motion to approve is submitted.
Yes, simple.
Thank you.
Thank you on your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we'll move on to 30 Nantucket Road.
300, I
These are
think.
revisions. Matt,
Good
welcome.
evening, Mr. Chair. I'd love to share if I could.
Please help yourself.
I don't know. The full moon, I think. So it's just taking a second to open up, Mr. Chair. Here we go. Okay, so with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Please go ahead, Matt. Thanks.
Thank you. So this is a project you've seen before. This is actually a renovation. And as we get ready for construction, throughout the design process, we've made a number of window changes that we're here before you to hopefully get your approval for. So I'll just start with the northwest elevation, which is the one that faces Nantucket Road. Again, this is set back from the road, and it's got some existing tall hedges, probably in the range of like 12 feet tall. You've got Nantucket Road, you got the bike path there, so it's important that just to maintain privacy, it's an existing vegetative buffer that we plan to keep in place. So just starting on the northwest elevation, you can see the comparative 1/8-inch elevation to the right, which is here. We changed the orientation of the one story, starting at the left, the one story addition to a gable forward. It just worked out a little bit better with the geometries of the roof. We added a window on the first floor and that secondary additive mass. Again, I don't think that's going to be highly visible from the road. We changed the windows from 2 single windows flanking the front door to doubles. And the reason we did that too is that the existing approved fenestration on the second floor, it felt a little top heavy in terms of the fenestration. So we just wanted to weight that on the first floor. And then we made a small window change to the second floor dormer on the right side, secondary additive mass. So kind of minor changes there. The larger one would be the deck. So the deck that was approved. You can see that it's square and it's a shingled rail. And when we looked at it in the 3D images, the perspectives, it just looked like kind of big and boxy and again, kind of heavy. And so one of the things we're here before you tonight is to ask if we could add some vertical balusters just in that center section, and then actually radius the outside corners just to kind of soften it. I'm just going to scroll to some perspectives, which I thought were helpful. Again, obviously seeing it in perspective, I think is helpful, just so you can see the, how it reveals itself. That perspective is not the greatest because actually you can see the line where the radius changes, but maybe see it a little bit on this one on the bottom left. The rest of the changes, I'll just go to the back of the building, which again, I don't think are really visible from any public way. Starting at the left side, we went to 2 windows in the second floor as opposed to 1. We had this shed addition. It was almost like this hybrid dormer. You can see that it was in a master bath, and we elected to just extend the roof line and just have it read as a shed dormer. So it's a little less complicated and more streamlined. There is a dining room addition on the first floor. It's a gable projecting out. And then we extended the hipped roof covered porch in the rear and moved the fireplace to an exterior fireplace. Second floor, we added a single window in the middle. And then obviously on the right side, you can see that we went from a triple larger double hung windows to the gable is still there, but it's we added an outdoor shower. So in the interest of brevity, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I looked at only version 1 of this, and it looks like, well, version 2, which has the open rail, version 1 had a solid rail. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what we had in our package.
Matt, do you want to answer?
Yeah, I can actually, and I apologize because we may have caused the confusion on that, is that we had submitted this originally, and I noticed that we had clouded a lot more windows that had changed like by 1.5 inches, and I thought it was like confusing. Like I felt like that's the kind of change that really wouldn't warrant your attention. And so I held the application to say, look, at anything that we're changing 1.5 inches or less, it's not worth clouding. And so we just cleaned up the clouding. So the version 2, Joe, is what we should be looking at.
Okay, thank you. Well, then the note I made before the meeting was that I'd actually prefer open or more open rail, and now version 2 has that center section open. I think all the other changes are appropriate, and the curve on the deck, I think that's an effective way to diminish the impact of this, and I could see the open part of the rail even extending left and right to incorporate the first 2 windows, but I'm okay with it as is as well. I don't have any concern about the other changes. Actually, I think the gable forward adds some interest to this instead of all of these eave forwards and just the primary gable forward. It makes it feel a little more eclectic, which I think is good in this part of the island. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Who would like to go next?
I can.
Thanks, Ray. Go ahead.
I think everything is fine here, but I do want to comment on the curved rail. Like, I disagree that it softens it, and I think it's because we're on Nantucket where everything is like square edge. Matt, I think that house that's across the street up on the hill from Dionis Beach has that curved thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to tell you, like, it's the first thing I see. It's like, it's just different than what people are used to seeing. So I'm not a huge fan, but like, I want to keep things in perspective. And generally, this is a fine design. So I'm not going to, hold anything up on it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Who would like to go next? Go ahead, Connie.
I have nothing to add. I feel that the changes are appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby.
Yeah, so what are those spindles in front on the second floor where there's an opening? Are
Yes,
those
through you,
spindles?
Mr. Chair, yes, they're just vertical balusters, so it goes from shingled and then it's just vertical balusters, but the cap is continuous.
Yeah,
It's just to lighten it.
yeah, I kind of agree with Ray about the curve. I don't think you really need it. It just makes it look a little odd. But I also agree with Joe. I think somehow, I don't know why I'm saying this, oh my God. But I think the balustrade should be a little bit bigger. It just looks like a little peephole or something. So,
Through you, Mr. Chair, one of the reasons we actually, yeah, we're happy to make it wider, no problem, and square it off.
all right, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Okay, so that leaves me, and I don't have concerns with the back of the house. I don't think that that's really going to be seen on the front. If there's a certain amount of vegetation, there's, you know, the first floor fenestration is not going to be that visible. I hear the point about the balancing the amount of fenestration, but I'd probably lean more towards doing less on the top than more on the bottom to balance it out. Since balconies don't meet our guidelines, to have that on the front with a French door that's all glass above the front door, that doesn't that doesn't sit well with me. And the dormer on the right side, as you're looking at the street side, now looks small. So I think if the window is going to get smaller, the dormer needs to get smaller. But there's like a lot of shingle area on either side of that. So what is what's the motion from the board?
I would make a motion to approve as submitted, see where it goes.
Thank you, Ray. On your motion,
All right,
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I am an A. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
So no changes.
No changes. All right, we move on to 72126 Three Pops Lane. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Yes, Three Pops Lane. Do we have representation?
Over here.
Yes.
Hi, Doug Mills for the applicant.
Just introduce yourself and
Uh,
present as you like.
Okay. Doug Mills for the applicant. Our client, Michael Kizelbosch, is also in the audience tonight. So this is a revision to a previous application. The sun porch was previously approved. We're just adding another 3 feet to it. You know, upon walking around inside the space, we just determined that another couple feet would make it feel better. There's also a pergola on the back of the house, which faces the water. It's 12 feet by 16 feet. Very common in waterfront situations to have a pergola. We're also changing the design to the front door to make it a Dutch style door as opposed to what we had before, which was an all glass door. And that's it.
Thank you, Doug. Holly, do you have comments on this?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So for the record, this is the Taylor House from the 1940s that you all approved in addition on last year. Originally, it was moved by the approval of this board many years ago from 343 Manicat Road, and it was built by George Elmore Taylor, who was a builder back in the day. Appreciate the updated COA and clarified plans for review. The original COA referenced a move on and the pending app. It was actually revised in December. which I did include in my comments for the board to see that, along with the minutes, the COA and the plan for that application, which reduced that previously approved addition. So the scale went down. But they did add a new sun porch, entry deck, and outdoor shower. So as Doug mentions, this is an addition onto that previously approved sun porch. That application did include new windows. But this proposal now is to have that 57 square foot addition onto the sun porch and add the new pergola on the water side and change the front door to the Dutch door. And an 8-pane awning window on the north. The eight pane one, I can't speak. 8-pane window is unlike any other in the dwelling. It's an atypical feature. And along with a very contemporary pergola. While it's natural to weather, appreciate that. It should be more traditional with rafter tails and more of a Nantucket vernacular. It is also very long and it sticks out in length, 16 feet. I would recommend anyway to reduce its boxiness to be more traditional. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. I do know you have received a butter's comments on this, and I believe Ms. Williams is here on their behalf. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Linda, would you like to speak?
Who's the board?
The five of us. It's Abby, Connie, myself, Joe, and Ray.
Oh, that's all we have up there.
Yep.
Okay.
You've got everybody.
Okay. As you can see from the pictures that we submitted from the water, which you have absolute jurisdiction over, from Jackson's Point, as well as more delineation, we had the stakes put in Pops Lane. Pops Lane is a lot bigger than what you drive down. So those aren't the pictures that I put in. From the water, the primary and secondary dwellings, unlike the comments that were made when they were approved, look like one long big structure and not two structures as originally represented for them to appear. There was also a lot of comments about all those trees and screening, which we made point of the last time when they approved the house, that there is no ground cover. It's been stripped. So the fluffy pipe site plan that you're looking up there is not accurate. We'll get to that when we get to the pool. The shed's been withdrawn. We appreciate that greatly. But they have also created a berm, which was unnatural and was not there because, as you can see from the hammerhead stakes, it's sitting on top of the berm, and that was not approved. And the silt fence has been completely obliterated. There is a bunch of problems with the application. Like the other applications recently, that is incomplete. They are not only producing a pergola that has no dimensions on the plan and no dimensions on the application, nor is it called out on the application that it is natural to weather, though we assumed that it is not on the item that you actually sign. They are also not on the application is the expansion of the deck, because I went and I pulled the Concom, and Holly and I compared the previous approval with the current approval, and nowhere on the application, nor is it bubbled on the elevations, are they discussing the fact that they are doubling the size of that deck. It is moving farther to the northeast, I guess, east or west, and it's moving farther to in front of the structure all the way to that small gable addition. And it's very large from the building, and the pergola sticks out. From the pictures that I showed you along the water, and that is your jurisdiction, this pergola is huge. It obliterates half the view of the single-story structure. There isn't another one, and I gave you the pictures all the way down to Barrett's Pier and beyond, of every house on the harbor. One house has a pergola. It's very small, couched in the corner of a deck, and it has the traditional appearance, like Holly said, not this modern linear and vertical inappropriate pergola. It is too big. It obliterates the view of the house. And I think it's going to be a big problem on the water side. So we object to the pergola.
Not that there is a pergola. We object to the size. We object to the extension of the deck. We object to the design. You can look at the picture right above you. And the expansion of the sunroom, I guess the chimney's coming off. That's all I can think of. There is a chimney there at the moment. It's kind of hard to figure it out from the floor plan as to where that chimney's going to end up and how far it's going beyond the chimney. I guess it's coming down, because if it's not coming down, the floor plan looks twice the size of a 3-foot by 19-foot addition. It looks like an entire addition on the west side of that chimney. That was very difficult to figure out how that's working. But as you know from those pictures, if you expand that structure even further to the west in front of the secondary dwelling, it's going to make it even more looking like it's one big dwelling and not two separate dwellings like you thought you were approving before. The only way you can see them is if you're standing parallel to them, and you can see that they're two different structures, because they're really not that far apart when you're standing at the Hammerhead on Pops Lane. So we have a great deal of trouble with the lack of specificity on the application being incomplete, and the lack of specificity on the actual elevations and floor plans, that they are actually adding twice as much deck space, one under the pergola and one to the west. So we would ask you to take a viewing of this whole thing out there. It's getting better as they move along, less stuff there. But take a viewing and where the posts are, and you can see what you can see. But I think there's a problem with adding on to the structure, and I think there's a problem with the fact that the application is incomplete and it should be made complete. And the proper bubbling so the neighbors can figure out what's being added.
Linda, thank you.
Mr. Chair, is it all right if I
Yes.
respond to
Sorry.
some of the misinformation?
Briefly.
Okay, the chimney's not going anywhere. The chimney is proposed to stay right where it is. The deck was already approved, other than the 3 feet we're proposing to add to it currently. You can see from Ms. Williams' own pictures that even if the deck is expanding, you can't see it in her photos. The deck is there already, except for the part that needs to be added. So visibility of the deck from the water is irrelevant. It's not going to be seen at all.
Thank you for
And
that.
sorry, one more thing.
Yeah.
We're talking about a 3 by 19 addition to a sunroom, and the pergola is 12 by 16. It's just big enough for a dining room table to be out on the deck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I'd rather they finish the application and the plans so the neighbors can see what they're doing correctly.
Linda, thank you. Commissioners, do you have questions for the applicant?
I have one question.
Go ahead, Joe.
What's the intended finish for the pergola?
Natural to weather.
Okay.
Would you like to go ahead and begin, Joe?
Sure. I have no concerns, I guess would be the way to summarize it. I don't disagree that the pergola has a contemporary feel to it. It's a word I use reluctantly. But there are some elements of the ranch renovation, the oversized 4 light windows, for instance, and the 2/2 windows aren't contemporary, but there are some notes of what could also be characterized as contemporary. And therefore, I think the pergola is in keeping with it. I mean, I also appreciate that the integrity of the ranch is there, and the only outdoor space that has any covering is this pergola, and there wasn't an attempt to overlay porches onto a shallow roofed house, and I think that would have gone sideways and spoiled things quite a bit. So I think that, I hear the comments about the simplicity of the pergola, but I feel like it's a modest way to capture some outdoor space and preserve the existing integrity of the ranch that's there. the only, I guess the only material other question that I have is on the, it's not really a question, I guess it's a comment. The clapboards, I'm assuming these are clapboards that are around the base of this, and they were existing before, so I'll just hold, I'll hold my tongue. It looks like it was already approved with shingles above the windows on the gable end. That's what I was questioning. But so I guess that's it. I think overall we're looking at modest adjustments to a previous approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Mr. Chairman, the Director Butter
I
didn't
can
get a
go.
chance to speak.
I can go.
After you're
Thank you,
done.
Linda. I can go.
After you're done.
Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, see, Linda, the board members talk before the applicant talks.
No, I just wanted to point it out.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I am totally in line with Joe's comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
I can go next.
Go ahead, Connie.
I also agree that this is appropriate. It seems pretty minimal. So I think it's okay. Thank you.
And Abby?
Yep, that was the word I was going to use. I mean, the pergola is so minimal. You can barely, I was looking for something more detail on it, but it's so minimal. I don't think we're going to see it. And also from the water, you're going to be looking straight at the small end. So I don't think it's
No.
going to have a great impact. I kind of wish that those big square windows were the more traditional fenestration, and then it wouldn't be so, having 3 of them like that, I think is going to draw a little more attention. If they were just the regular, vertical windows, I think it would I wouldn't have an issue with it, but that's it from me. Thanks.
I just wanted to clarify the 3 vertical, or where
The
there.
third window
the
he's
third,
adding that, so
right, yep.
because they're already an anomaly, it makes them more.
Can I clarify one thing?
Thank you, Abby. So that,
Mr. Chair, is it all right if
Yep,
I clarify one thing? We already have 3 windows approved. We're just shifting them to the left.
okay. Thank you for that clarification.
You're not adding a
No.
third window on that elevation.
We
Okay.
already have.
It's-
All right,
approved.
thank you.
Why don't we hear from the neighbor, and then I'll close with my comments.
I'm Sarah Hendrickson. My husband John and I own 341 Nantucket Road, just to the west. These incremental changes being requested may each seem inconsequential, but the cumulative impact of this larger deck, larger sun porch, and large, very contemporary pergola, as HDC staff calls it, is worsening a key concern previously expressed by HDC members, namely the negative impact on view lines from the water and on the streetscapes. From the entrance to Hither Creek, from Jackson's Point, from Millie's Bridge, boaters and walkers alike will now see an even wider expanse of massing along the coastal bank that appears as one huge mass with no visible airspace between structures. The streetscape down Pops Lane and from Nantucket Road will also be further impacted from the appearance of connected massing. As HDC members have pointed out previously, the view down Pops Lane is quintessential Nantucket, with a wide open vista to Hither Creek and beyond. We would again urge all HDC members to undertake a site visit after this very early stage construction site has been cleared out and structures are completed. Only then can this project be evaluated in its totality, and HDC members can see firsthand how out of character this oversized project is within old historic Nantucket. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I agree with Joe's comments as well. I feel like this is an incremental uh, increase to what's already been approved and fairly insignificant. The pergola, because it's has the backdrop of the house and is seen from a distance, and also is kind of their only backyard. It's normally I would want to see that in the back or the side or something, but this is more back than anywhere else. So I agree with what's been said. So
Mr.
what
Chair,
is, yes, Ray?
I could make a motion to approve as submitted.
Can you complete the application correctly? So we have something on record.
I don't mind that. I don't mind adding that, Mr. Chair.
On your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Doug. All right. Let's move on to 2 Jefferson Ave. I thought I saw Joe a minute ago. Okay, yeah.
So,
I've been warming my fingers underneath.
So cold in here.
Joe, are you presenting?
I am.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Joseph Topham for the applicant. I know you read Holly's report. I have submitted a historical determination, so that's on file. Thank you, Holly. At this time, I'm requesting 3 feet of raising the structure, but that was because I didn't have the report. I did have a meeting this morning, and we were talking about maybe lowering the house, 12 to 16 inches. The area did flood back in 1991. There was a foot of water on the property, and the house did flood. So if I can raise it up 1.5 feet, then that would get me out of trouble. The one thing that Holly did mention was a Kate light element. And what I did when I was doing the design, I kept the proportions of the front elevation, but I did raise the roof pitch and add 12 inches to the second floor plate. And the only reason I did that was because none of the windows most of the windows on the second floor do not meet fire egress. The families of daughters both have new infants. And so what I would like to do is have all of the windows out of the bedrooms meet code. And so that is the main reason why we are doing this project. So that is kind of the main thing. But if you don't like that cake element that was put on 1994, you can see it there in the top elevation photograph. There you go. I would love to eliminate that. And I don't know if I could text an image to you all, Ray and Joe Paul.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ray,
can I ask Joe a question through you?
please go ahead.
Joe, are you saying caked element?
That's Holly's verbiage.
And what is that?
Holly, wanna?
if it's okay, Mr. Chair, through you to the commission and Ray, I can elaborate on one of the elevations. Do you want me to just read my comment, if that's okay?
Sure, go ahead, Holly.
Okay, thank you. So I did want to mention this property is included within our MHC survey area. So I was able to provide some historic information. Actually preliminary, our architectural consultants were able to provide this. So they were able to determine that this structure was built by Edward B. Hamblin circa 1921. There's actually an Inky reference in Inquirer Mare, which is really, really cool. So being able to put that in with the application. Thank you for providing the historic determination that is obviously needed to elevate this historic structure and not meet the full height. Let's see. So I was supportive of the proposed elevation. The changes to the northwest, which the front elevation is altering its character defining features by raising the top plate. Totally understand that there have been changes over time to the front elevation of facade. Obviously in point with the photo that, Joe just provided to us. Yes, the cake like, I don't, if you can go to the next elevation. I think it's more prominent on the rear. Keep on going. Yeah, why are you not? I might be okay with that. But that my main concern was extending those side dormers out, and not as flush dormers. And extending the chimney height obviously is appropriate, and that's consistent with your guidelines. On the northwest, removing that funky gable dormer within the shed dormer. I don't know when that was approved, but originally, or when that was installed, but we might be able to figure that out with our architectural historian's information, which I did include in my application or my comments for the board's consideration. It does remove an existing character defining feature that distinguishes it from the rest. So again, just appreciate the historic termination on here. And then my only main really comment would be for all historic structures, contributing structures, that the square footage that's being added be provided. And then Joe had mentioned you're changing the windows out. There should be a window survey for that. But maybe I was incorrect on that. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. It's a lot in here.
Holly, thank you. Ray, did your comment, your question get answered?
I'm still not sure what a cake element
All right,
is.
so can I
I think it's the way it steps.
and finish? So the images I just provided you, right, and I just texted to Ray and Joe, Paul, I hope you got it as well. So if you look at it, it was originally, it did not have that little bump up. If you can go to the front elevation, please, Fiona. That little 2-foot addition, that's that little tiny, see the 4 windows in there. I would love to get rid of that, but that was in 1994. So I kept that in keeping and brought that forward. But if you would allow me, I would eliminate that. We need the space in the second floor bedroom, but I would bring that sunroom out 2 feet and keep it a nice clean image like you see here. And I'm guessing that image is 1940s-ish based on fashion. There's no delineation other than the 2 ladies sitting on the front porch. Yeah. So that's kind of where would love to go back and kind of clean this up. But going back to my point of, we want code compliant windows, and the other part is dating and age of the existing windows right now. So the second floor has the vinyl lining. So that's definitely 1990s, early 1990s. And then the first floor has Brosco metal sash track liners. So, but I will go through and do each window one by one. So this house has been renovated extensively. The entire second floor was ripped off. If you look in the image, they're tiny, 2 tiny little dormers. There were 2 windows in them, not a lot. And then it was expanded, these long dormers. So that's why I'm hoping if I could raise this plate a foot, I could stand up, use the bathroom, et cetera, kind of, at my age, and height. And then I already mentioned the foundation is CMUs and pressure treated post. And my structural engineer has reviewed it, and he said if this took another major hit, this would probably, fall over. So what I want to do is do poured concrete piers, and which I did in the back section, way in the back. This was 2 years ago when I came to you all and got this. But because this is on the street, I would like to do a brick veneer and kind of bring back some of the 1920s earlier kind of classic thing. There is a skirting that's a 1x8 horizontal, but I just did lattice just for air movement. But if that is a detail you'd like to come back to, I could do that as well. And one of the images I have on mine, you'll see the 1x8s horizontal and they're painted white, but there is a tiny little vent in there, but I would probably lower that just so I could get, if the area flooded, it would allow water to pass through the structure. So I'd probably mimic some of the details, but I'd bring that back. And that is all, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff Blackwell is working on elevation certificate.
Great. Ray, would you like to continue?
Sure. So I think that you folks were privy to the same photograph that Joe just texted me, which shows a much simpler front facade, which I like. And I do like the elimination of the those two smaller windows. I thought that's, it looks like a wedding cake a little bit because it's stacked up. There's no bride and groom as far as I can see from these little elevations on top. But generally, I think I'm fine with this. And to go further to say that I would personally be in favor of eliminating that extra step and having it simplified. I'm going to mute because there's a siren going off, but I've said my piece. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Before we go further, I have a question. In the north, so that little bump out, if that were to get absorbed in that whole gable, how does that translate in the northwest elevation as far as those the triple porch windows? So
So Angus, what I said was I would take that existing porch
and just
pull it 2 feet forward and reframe.
gotcha. I missed that part. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, who would like to comment next?
I've got nothing to add, so I can go.
Did you just go?
Yes, I just went.
Yeah.
Uh, who next?
I can
Connie?
go.
Go ahead.
I have also nothing to add. I do like this version.
Thank you.
I think that it's just nice, clean, simple, if possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Joe?
Yeah, I'm talking about is eliminating this gable element that sits on top of the porch and simply extrude the main mass forward and have the porch follow it. Is that right?
Correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think so.
So
I
did you get my
think
text?
yes, I did. I did.
Okay.
The only comment, it's hard to visualize what that would exactly look like, is that these double hung windows, the center ones on this northeast elevation, appear slightly high to me, but I think once the rake board, I'm trying to visually eliminate the rake board of this little addition. They'll, once they sit in the gable, they'll probably be fine. It feels tall to me here relative to the roof below it. Feels like they should come down a little bit, but probably be fine once they're sitting in the gable.
Can I speak, Mr. Chair?
In just a moment.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I would support a revision that goes in the direction of what we just chatted about. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Joe, Paul, to you, Mr. Chair. So right now, when I go to that gable end, those windows, I have to duck down to look out them. So this would be my new proposal would to have the window height at 6'8". So, and then the other thing I would want to do is break them apart, right? So that they match the existing older elevation, the 1940.
That would be great.
Yeah. So that's why they look a little bit taller, is because I am raising up, and I didn't want to lose a proportion from the sill of the porch down below to the sill of the windows above. I thought that would there'd be too much shingle space.
Got it. Well, that was the only thing that I was going to bring up, is to go more with the historic photo of separating the windows so that the casings are 8 inches to a foot apart from each other. And I think that that would also, with getting closer to the rake boards, will make them feel less high. Would someone like to make a motion?
Is that, are we separating those windows, the second floor, a little bit? On ganging?
Yeah, that could be part of the motion.
Yes. Is that what, but is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I'll make that my motion.
Like a foot?
There's a couple of things that he's working on the elevation certificate, so that's needed. He already submitted the historic determination, which will be in a subsequent agenda. But that would be in the window survey on the windows that are being changed out. Those would be my recommendations if you're so inclined.
Windows, okay. So we've got, so on the second floor, on the front elevation, which is north,
East.
west,
Mm.
separate the two gang windows by 6 inches?
Northeast.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, northeast. What's your pleasure on the inches? Just separate
12
them.
inches between casings.
What?
12 inches between casings.
12 inches between casements. And elevation certificate, window survey. What was the third thing, Holly? One more thing you said there.
The historic determination, which you'll be reviewing in another application, another agenda.
Okay.
He's already submitted.
All right, determine it, okay. All right, separate the windows, elevation certificate, window survey, historic determination. That's my motion.
On your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Newsflash. Stephen Welsh has just arrived. 5 to 6. Welcome.
Hey, how are you? I'm
Great.
asking some of my.
You missed the best parts of the meeting,
Oh, what
but
did I
there's
miss?
still more to come. All right, so let's move on to 8 Dairy Lane. Do we have? Oh, all right. Oh, read the small print. Yeah. Okay, 17 Cynthia Lane. Do we have representation for that?
Yeah, listen.
If anybody's in the queue for 17 Cynthia Lane, please raise your digital hand.
We have a virtual hand.
My recollection, guys, is that these guys have been up a number of times and have not
They're
shown.
here.
Oh, they're here?
Looks like they're here this time. Justin, are you going to screen share?
Justin, I was trying to promote you to panelist, but I can ask you to unmute if that is what you want.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I can present, or if you guys want to pull up the plans, I can kind of go over them like you have in previous presentations, however you guys want to go about it. And I do apologize, this is only my second historic district community attending this, so I'm not really versed in how this all goes, other than the one that I attended about a month ago.
Thank you for asking. So you'll present and then the commissioners will ask any questions as they have it. We'll have a discussion. The comments will come from the commissioners, and if there are any questions along the way, you'll be asked. And then at the end of it, if you have any comments, just let me know. And any questions are through the chair.
Okay.
So
You can present.
Yep, I'm trying to share my screen here. And it's not allowing me to do so.
You are considered a panelist and you have permission to present.
And I seem to be having some technical difficulties because I cannot present.
Okay. Hold on one moment, please.
Like, All right, so this is for 17 Cynthia Lane for our customer Leonie White. We're proposing it on installing 30 modules on the rooftop of the main house and the extension towards the rear. I know that you guys are very adamant about aesthetics, and the only thing that I see that would be facing the street would be the 3 modules in between the dormers. Again, this is just kind of a proposal, and we're looking for advice from the committee on how we should go about installing this system. If these need to be relocated or removed entirely, we're open for that.
Mr. Chair,
Ray, please go ahead.
two things. Now that Steven's here, probably gonna want to establish the board, because now we have 6 members. But
Yes.
assuming I'm on this, my only concern with this is the 3 on the front, which he's talking about. I mean, if they go away, I'm fine. That's it.
Thank you, Ray. So just to clarify the board, Abby stepped away. So we have Stephen Welsh, Connie Patton, myself, Ray Pohl, and Joe Paul. Who would like to go next?
Can I ask a question?
Well,
Mr.
I
Chair?
reviewed.
Oh.
This is Joe speaking.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so the only reason why I didn't put it on, I almost put it on consent with conditions with the removal of those central panels, but I thought I'd give the applicant the opportunity to make a presentation. So I'm fine with this if those panels were removed. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Connie has a question. Go ahead.
Color of the roof?
Oh, what is the color of the roof?
It's gray asphalt shingle. And now the other approval that we received from a different historical district, they asked us to either paint the conduit or do an attic run. And we're
Hang on.
to
Whoa,
either.
whoa. Let's let the commissioners talk. Sorry.
My apologies.
Sorry, Angus, I'm stealing your fire.
Thanks, Ray. Who would like to go next?
I can.
Go ahead, Connie.
So I do have a concern because it is a gray roof, and we usually specify black. And obviously those 3 panels between the dormers would have to be removed also. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Stephen.
Can we go to the locust plan, please? I'm just trying to get a beat on where this, can you zoom in a little bit, maybe by half? 1.5. Okay. Right. So I agree with Connie, and typically that would be what helps us out if it's something, the black color. I would just add if it's an installation that's on a secondary mast facing a primary road or is highly visible from a secondary road. I do believe these will be visible from the rear on one angle obliquely, and then the other will be shrouded by the garage structure. So I'm okay with this, subject to, as has been said, removal of the panels shown along Cynthia Lane on the front of the structure.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, normally we would want to have a a black roof. But if there if there aren't any panels on the street facing side and all we're seeing is the gray roof, that's not a concern for me. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve with removal of the 3 panels that face Cynthia Lane.
Thank you for that, Ray, on your motion.
Aye.
Can I second that?
Yes.
Just a little belts and suspenders, if I may, Ray. And this.
Hey, Stephen, I'm not sure your mic is on, friend.
And I'm taking the casual seating arrangement.
There we go.
This would be, I would suggest, if you're willing, that we would just give this a belts and suspenders and say that due to the gray roof, this is a test case with respect to visibility.
Fair enough. I'll
and
make that part of my
contrast.
motion.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. So on your motion,
Me, aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
No.
Stephen,
An aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Justin. I think you're good.
I
No,
think the
we've
next
got
one is
another-
actually me as well.
Oh, all right. So we'll move on to 4 Hull Lane, same board. If I can
Okay.
hold it up. Yeah.
So for this particular installation, we don't have any modules that are facing the street. This is on the building that's in the rear of the property. So it's not immediately facing Whole Lane. However, it would be visible from the adjacent street. With respect to the production of the system, we're trying to keep as much of the modules in the southern facing roof plane for the optimal production values. With fitment issues, we are looking to put the 2 modules on the northern facing roof plane just to get the production where it needs to be.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
I have one.
Go ahead, Ray.
Did you just, this is through you, through the chair, did you just say that it's going to be visible from a public way? And if so, which public way?
From the looks of it, bear with me here. Off of Trotter's Lane, which is in the rear, if you're driving south on Trotter's Lane, you may be able to see the 2 modules on the north facing roof plane.
You know, just for the benefit of future applications, 2 things would be seriously helpful. 1, photographs of the house as seen from Hall Lane. 2, a locus plan that would show us the proximity to the other public ways.
Okay. I do believe the locus plan was provided in this plan set. I don't know about photos for 4 Whole Lane. I think for 17 Cynthia, we did provide photos.
Ray, if you look at page 3
I see
of
it.
24.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you.
What's the roof color?
Go ahead, Ray. Joe, sorry.
Yeah, I reviewed this for consent, and honestly, I forget why I didn't put it on consent, because technically it meets our guidelines. It's on the side. It's not facing the street right in front. And yes, there's a view through from Trotter's Lane, but it's across 2 other properties. So what's the roof color?
Also gray comp shingle.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any concerns.
Thank you, Joe. Who would like to go next?
Can we see the roof plan again, please, Mr. Chair?
Page 4.
And go back to the site plan and then to the locus. Yeah, something's not right here.
Yeah. Oh, what is it?
Which one is it? It's just the lot doesn't seem to conform exactly, so I want to make sure I have the orientation correct. A street designation would be helpful too. Can we see the site plan one more time? Okay, so my concern with this is that it appears as if, one more time to the locus. I don't want to waste the commission's time more than, yeah. Aside from the incongruent site, the lot, it appears to me that basically this looks like a relatively low pitch since there's so much roof space on such a small structure. And that the shingles that are perpendicular to Hall Lane are actually going to be very visible from the intersection of Trotters and Hall Lane. And this is to me where a black roof would be perhaps required. And I would like to do a view on this.
Thank you, Stephen. Has everyone gone? I think, okay.
haven't.
Yeah, go ahead, Connie.
I have the same concerns as the last. It's a gray roof, and our guidelines have, always leaned toward black, and I do think this will be visible. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with Stephen. This should probably be a viewing. The footprint in the locus, it makes it look more like the house that is not highlighted, but between number 5 and number 4 is a simple square box. In which case, it would be closer to the corner, possibly visible. So I think a view is going to make this more definitive. Does someone have a motion?
I'll hold for review. And can we get a clarification on the site plan? Maybe zoom this out. A supplemental site plan that indicates the actual road layout. It's just, I understand it says Hall Lane, but it says Hall Lane Apartment A as opposed to Hall Lane as indicating a roadway, number one. And number two, it's difficult to assign cardinal points accuracy given the difference between the lots shown in the locus plan and on the site plan, and also given that the structure shown in the locus plan is oriented on the lot differently, unless this is Hall Lane is at the right of this as you're looking at the plan towards the signature block. So I think some clarification on the street location and a double check on the applicant's part are both warranted. Thank you.
So your motion?
Additional information and a view.
Okay. On your motion.
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you very much. And that will bring us up to 16 Lions Lane. Do we have, oh, hey.
How's it going?
Just state for the record your name and
Sure.
go ahead and present.
Lindsay Congleton, Atlantic Landscaping for the applicant.
Thank you.
So we're proposing a deer fence. We kept it 30 feet off the road, which is kind of what you guys request. As it chases up the driveway, they've already got existing 7-8 foot privet, so we're just going to tuck it within those privet. And then on the right side, it's going to butt to the neighbors, which already exists. And then it's going to extend on the other side in the back. I think visibility, especially with it being so far off the road, might be what should be minimal.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I have one, Mr. Chair, through you. Can we go back to the site plan? Lindsay, the red bubble is the fence proposed?
Correct.
Along the what's the cardinal points? Let's say top of the page is north. So on the northeast exposure, what's going to be there? Is this connecting to the adjoining lot fence?
Which one now?
I
The-
don't see any fence along that.
Yeah, that stretch is connecting. The neighbors already have a fence, so it's just
Okay.
gonna tie into that.
Just wanted to make sure I understood. And before we get into discussion, are you, is this lower arc portion segment, is that part of a cul-de-sac
No,
on off the site plan and on the
no,
page?
no, there's no cul-de-sac there.
Maybe a setback from
I think it's a well line, like I think we
Okay.
took it off of a site of a survey.
Okay, yeah, I just, I guess we could look at the locus. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't a traveled way. Okay, those were my questions. Thank you.
Would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, I think subject to vegetative screening on the fence. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I think that on a property line, if it's a wooded area or not, I think that the fence should be should have screening to mitigate the presence of the fence. That if it is in an area that is between homes, that to me, it's okay if it's on the property line, subject to sufficient screening, which would be vining. If it undermines the fence, that's on the applicant. If they want to have vining, if they want to have a fence and not worry about vegetation undermining it, they can inset it the 10 or 15 feet that we normally require. I think it's 10 around the perimeter where it isn't on road frontage. And then they can put freestanding vegetation. So I say that to say that I don't have a problem with appropriateness along the property line, subject to vegetative screening to conceal the fence, noting that it could undermine the integrity of the fence. And if they have a concern about that, then they should inset it, let's say 10 feet, and put freestanding vegetation in. Along the Lions Lane, that's sufficiently far back, and my only concern would be that we have a condition that would require that existing vegetation would remain. It would be from time of inspection thereafter, remain and be maintained and supplemented to the extent required to block visibility of the fence.
Thanks, Stephen. Who would like to go next?
I can.
Go ahead, Ray.
I'm actually fine with this as drawn.
Thank you. Joe?
I'm in the same camp as Stephen. Deer fencing, I think, should be off the property line. I mean, here in Tom Nevers, not many people are clearing up to their property lines, and a lot of this stuff stays screened, even though it's along an edge, and there is an existing edge that apparently the neighbors put. But I think it would be good practice to pull these fences off the property lines.
Thank you for that, Joe. Connie?
Yeah, I do agree with Joe about pulling them off the property line. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I agree as well. So who would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Stephen.
The motion would be to pull the, what are our cardinal points, Lindsay, on the lower portion of the page?
Hey, Stephen,
Yeah,
look in the lower left-hand corner of that site plan and you'll see a little north arrow there.
Yeah, right, yeah.
oh my God, could that be any smaller?
I know, that was Lindsay. I was gonna berate him for that, but you beat me
Okay, well,
to it.
can you tell me which way it's pointing?
It's pointing northwest. It's pointing
Yes, but
northwest.
which, oh, okay, now I see the direction. Okay.
Mm.
So zoom out a little bit, please. So the motion would be that the fence along the north and the west, primarily north and west would be relocated to 10 feet off the property line. And the fence itself would be subject to vegetative screening from the time of inspection thereafter, to be maintained and supplemented as required to block view from the public way.
On your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well.
And that was in Exhibit A, by the way.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
I'd like to take a little break. Ray, you want to take over or?
I can try. Sure. And is Abby back?
Abby is back. And
Okay,
I'm just
so-
going to go for an application.
Yeah, okay, so so there's our 5-member board. Okay, so we're now on to old or new business of August 4th. 18 Killdeer. Do we have somebody to rep?
Mr. Chair, we do. He's coming down.
Great. Live?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
I think he's ready.
Okay.
Right.
So you, so first you have to give your name for the record, please.
Sure. Hi, my name is Peter Horan, 18 Kildare Lane in North.
Very good. Thank you. And now just tell us what you would like to do.
I'd like to have a shed built 10 feet by 10 feet
Mm-hmm.
in I think the northwest corner of the lot.
Correct.
And it would be a kit dropped off at the end of the driveway that I'd have my contractor build as submitted with the elevations.
Okay. Do we have elevations of that?
Not there further. Yep. Oh, just pretty pictures of the all the way to the end.
Is it possible that as part of the application, did you submit photographs of your property as seen from Killdeer?
I most certainly did.
Great. To give us a better sense, there's a few things about this that I know the board's going to talk about, but visibility is key here. So this is obviously taken from your backyard. The shed would be to the left, I believe, of this photo. Do we have anything as seen from the front of the house?
There is a picture from the front. Yes.
Okay, great. If we can see that, because as I'm sure you know, the HDC is all about visibility from a publicly traveled way. So if your house is the house on the left-hand side, I believe it is, right?
It is.
We're going to look back and we're going to catch a glimpse of it sort of before you see the house behind you.
That's actually, first you'll see the other property's shed, which would be very much right next to mine. Then you'd see their house behind it. Yes.
Okay. And if we go back to the elevations, could you just tell us which elevation is going to be facing that view? Which elevation is going to face back to Killdeer?
The 2 French doors.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that. Okay. So that gives us a very accurate portrayal of this shed and its visibility. Is there anything else you'd like to say, or I can hand it over to the board for comment?
No, nothing
Okay.
further.
All right. So the board, once again, is Stephen, Joe, Abby, Connie, and myself. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
Can we go to the site plan, please? Yeah, I don't have a concern with this. That's gonna be largely obliterated behind that house.
Yeah, it just occurred to me because of the side yard setback, it's gonna be pushed way back. You're not gonna be able to look down that alleyway.
Yeah,
Um,
if we're closer up and visible, I might have some comments.
Yeah. Okay, Stephen, thank you. Who's next?
I can go. This was on my consents and I went back and forth. I didn't know what the materials were, so, we have had some plastic sheds come before us, if you can believe it. So, I was just a little concerned, but I don't have any concerns now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, that leaves Connie and Joe.
I agree with what's been said.
All right, Joe, thank you. Connie?
I have no concerns.
All right, sounds like we can move this.
Motion to approve as submitted, sorry.
Okay, great. That was Joe's motion. On Joe's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your new shed.
Thank you.
Okay, 8 Lion Street. Is Chuck with us?
I'm here.
Yes, he's here.
All right.
Good evening.
So I can't really see, assuming Angus is not back, we'll do the same board that we just did. Is that fair?
Ray, I'm back.
Would you like to chair it? Or-
Sure.
Okay, there you go then.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and present?
Yeah, Chuck Lenhart, and I do have the owners here, Kim and Linda Cassidy. It's 8 Lion Street, and this is a lot that the front of the house faces Lion Street. The lot does extend through back to Jefferson, and so the subject of where we're trying to do this addition will not be visible from Lion Street, but it will have visibility from Jefferson. It will be the back gable will be about 51 feet into the property. We're proposing a 12 by 15 addition to the back of this structure. This is a historic structure, dates to the late 1700s, contributing. And it's a basically a pseudo sun porch, a summer space, a 3-season space. It's 12 by 15 with a ridge height of 12 feet, 12 and a half feet, essentially. And it has a bit of fenestration on that back elevation that faces south because we want a nice sunny space. And there are sunny rooms on the back of historic structures all over the island. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Chuck. Are there any questions for the applicant? Hearing none. Holly, do you have comments?
I do have comments, and I did want to mention you all received comments from an abutter who is actually in the Zoom if she wants to so speak. Yes, this is the Peleg Swain Jr. House and Elizabeth Cartwright House from circa 1788. We have an updated HTC survey on file. Thank you for including that. Appreciate that this addition is following the traditional additive massing as historically done and recommended with building with Nantucket in mind. The addition scale is appropriate. While the door is appropriate with the kick panel, the proposed fenestration on that south elevation needs to be finessed. It seems a lot of glazing, while the sides do not, and maybe there's some room to change on that. And then I just mentioned about the window sizes. Be the same size as the 6/6 in that 1-story rear L addition that was done in about 1909. And that they should not be ganged, but maybe again, if that's something that the board is so inclined to discuss, since it's supposed to be a sun porch. Again, your comments from the abutter was submitted and provided to you all, and they may have some concerns. That's
Thank
it.
you for that, Holly. I'm not seeing a hand up. Are they in the queue? Okay.
Hand up.
Oh, yeah. Patience, please go ahead when you're unmuted.
Thank you. The only one comment we have, and it is in writing to it, is that porch basically becomes part of our backyard, and we like some greenery that blocks us a little bit. It's
Oh.
very close to our, the 5-foot easement.
Okay. So the applicant could do that on their own, but that's not our purview. But you've made a request known. If there aren't any questions from the commissioners, I'll go ahead and take comments.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Ray.
I'm at a little disadvantage here. I'm looking at the plan. I have not yet seen the elevations. If we could scroll down to those. There we go. Thank you. I can start.
Thanks, Ray. Go ahead.
Yeah, this looks pretty benign to me.
Okay. Who'd like to go next?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Are the neighbors are on either side? Is that why they're?
Can we go to the site plan? I mean, I think it'll be helpful for you to see it. I think it's they're on the left. Patience, are you on the left through the existing garage, or are you on the right?
We're 6, so we go towards, you got me at a disadvantage. We go towards Fair Street.
Okay, and you have me as a disadvantage because I don't have that in my mind. Can you see the YouTube channel picture?
The YouTube, okay.
Are you viewing the meeting? Do you see the site plan on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so the drawing on the right, let's just focus on that one. Where is your property, just for the purpose of information, relative to the addition? To the left, the right?
To the right. To the right, there's no drawing. We're not shown.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I was going to say there's a garage in the back, so I was, so who's chairing this, Ray? Or you, Angus?
I am.
So I had this on the view, my only, for consents, but, my only thought was that it's very close to the garage. It seems just sort of squeezed in there, and that was my only, also that it's a historic building, so, those were my reservations.
Okay. Thank you. Who would like to go next? Oh, yeah. So your board is going to be Stephen, Abby, myself, Ray, and Joe.
See why you did pick a number now that you're here?
Well, this is Joe speaking. I could go, I guess.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Sure. Yeah, I think the addition is modest relative to the scale of the house. It's zoning compliant. It's not getting any closer to the existing house goes towards the neighbor, almost up to the property line. But this is a low addition that stays within the setbacks. And on the site plan, I did have a concern that it looked like it was getting close to the existing garage, but once, looking at the elevations that show the side of the garage, I guess it's the east in totality. I think the scale of the garage, how do I put it? The juxtaposition of these things doesn't bother me in elevation as much as it does in plan. So I'm okay with it as drawn. Thanks.
Thank you. Who's that leave?
I'll go.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, I think it's certainly approvable and not inappropriate. And I believe that it wouldn't be inappropriate to add some privet along the fence line, or whatever's there. But that's not our purview. So
Could I add a comment?
Yeah.
There's an existing fence there that separates the two properties, and there's a fairly significant lilac tree
Oh,
right there on the neighbor's property. I think, and I think on the Cassidy side, they also have a lilac tree. So there's already vegetation there.
okay. What
Part of
color-
this is to look out into the gardens that they
Right.
create there.
What
So
color are the lilacs? Right, nice. Thank you. Alba. Alba. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Okay, so that, I think that just leaves me. So I agree with Holly's comments about the windows on a structure that's this old. The ganged window seems a little bit out of place, but because of the proximity of the adjacent building and where the addition is going, I'm not sure that it'll be visible. Would someone like to make a motion?
Thank you for that, Angus. I agree with your comment. I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion?
Aye.
Thanks, Stephen. Abby?
I'm a no.
Joe?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. 4-1. Thank you, Chuck.
thank you.
All right. So the next board will, well, let's start off with our project. 15 Old North Wharf.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ray.
are these being heard without Val present?
Yes, the owner is here.
Oh, got it. Okay, thanks.
So who is representing? Is that Dana?
Dana.
Good evening,
so
it's Dana Landry.
Dana, your board is going to be myself, Stephen, Abby, Ray, and Connie.
Thank you, commissioners.
And you can begin anytime.
Yeah, thank you. So this project was approved by the board back in February of this year. And after meeting with neighbors and just consulting with our attorneys and friends, what we've decided to do is to pull back, to reduce the size of the deck on the second floor so it does not extend around the corner to the back, which faces the house that is on Still Dock. And we've also removed a window on the way, which is between the two houses, a very narrow way between number 13 and number 15 Still Dock. So again, this is previously approved, reducing the size of the upper deck and removing one small window in the way. It's not visible from the street.
Thank you, Dana. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Holly, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the circa 1940 Grin and Barrett. You all have a historic determination on file for Resilient Nantucket, the elevation. I am okay with this application, and I recommend for it to be approved with basically notating the historic determination on the COA. I appreciate the reduction. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Holly. Commissioners, would you like to make comment?
I can go. I
Go ahead, Abby.
reviewed this for consent, and just because it was, Old North Wharf, I wanted the full board, but I was okay with the proposed.
All right. Thank you, Abby. Who would like to go next?
I can.
Thanks, Ray. Go ahead.
I'm good.
Okay. Joe? Sorry, Joe. Connie?
I think this is appropriate. Thank you.
Stephen?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right. Well, I appreciate the revisions and I'm happy to take that motion. On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Dana.
Thank you, commissioners.
We'll move on to 5 Totimo Way.
McDowell.
Todd McDonald.
Who do we have up there?
Todd McDonald. At a farm.
Good evening.
Hi, Todd. Please present when you're ready.
My name is Todd McDowell. Thank you for having me here tonight. I am here to talk about 5 Totimo Way. We purchased this house in September, and we're looking at making some alterations to really just kind of improve the way the house lives for our family. What we're looking at doing is really kind of bumping up 2 small areas of the existing structure that are 1 story to be able to move it where a stair it currently is and allow a hallway on the first floor. Because currently when you come in the park in the driveway, you have to go up some stairs, across the house, then down some stairs to get to the other side of the house, and there's really no connection. The floor plan is a little bit unique, and we're trying to alter it so it basically functions a little bit better and make the family room. We have 4 children. We're trying to make it a little bit more, a little larger, not large. I think we're adding 223 square feet total on the second floor, but no additional ground cover. If you go down a little lower, you can on the next slide, you can see we're on the right top pictures where they're bumping out above the current garage. We'll be moving the master bedroom from the second floor down to the first floor where the garage currently is. This just really to create a larger top floor and a den area for our children, so they're not always in kind of the adult spaces. But the changes are that addition you see on the right on the second floor with the deck coming off of it. So there currently is a deck there, and we're pushing it out a little further, but maintaining the footprint of the house. On the next slide, on the rear of the house, you can see that we're bumping up that where those 2 windows are. It currently is 1 story. We're bumping up to the second story to move the stairs there. So we were able to have that connection on the first floor for the first floor hallway, and it doesn't require you to go upstairs, across the house, and downstairs to get to the other side of the first floor. And this kind of shows you the proposed floor plans currently for the first floor and the second floor. On the right, you can see the stairwell. Sorry. If you go back to, we just run the floor plan. You can see the stairs are being added in a kitchen pantry right at the top of that floor plan for the second floor, as well as the additional living space. The first floor, the only change is we're converting the garage into the master bedroom, which currently is on the second floor. That's really it. I'm sure you're going to have some questions, so please let me know what they are.
Thank you, Todd. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, let's just move into the commissioner comments. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen. Go ahead.
I don't have any concerns with this.
Okay. So your board is going to be Stephen, Abby, myself, Ray, and Joe. Who would like to go next?
I can go next. I'm with Stephen on this. No concern.
Thanks, Ray. Joe or Abby?
I could go. I'm in agreement, and in fact, I think eliminating the garage door facing a street and replacing it with a porch element is a net improvement, assuming the driveway is not changing. I think it's appropriate given the existing context. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Abby?
Fine.
I am as well. Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you, Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you all for your time.
All right, so we'll move on to 8 Moores Avenue. Do we have Rob with us? Is there anyone representing 8 Moores going once? Going twice? Gone. 6A Silver. So we'll hang on to this for a half hour. That would be 7:15. If someone wants to show up for that. Okay, how about 6 Silver Street? Oh, okay. 27 India? Uri, good evening. Feel free to present when you're ready.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm going to share the screen if I can.
I think it's set up for you to do that.
Okay. It'll be there.
Hey, you're right, there's a dress code.
Just turning it
I
on.
was just gonna say that.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize I.
You have pants on, we presume that.
Pants on.
Have to look so nervous.
That's the
Sorry,
John
I'm sure-
McLaughlin look.
Yeah.
I'll share the
Oh.
screen soon. Okay.
Oy vey.
Hopefully that's better now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. There is a screen. So this is for 27 India Street, where we are proposing a small addition in the back. I submitted all the documentation for from historic documentation about the original house. It was Robert Folger house built in 1794, and there is all this information which I don't want to read because I don't want to spend too much time on it. But basically, we are not doing any changes to the original main house. We are proposing addition to the back. With all the information. There are some existing photos of the house, which all will stay as it is. These are some photos from the back where there is existing door with these stairs going up to the first floor in the back and a small kitchen. And I submitted also in these plans previously a while ago approved HDC approved plans from Neil Parent, which is proposing addition. You can see on the side like a 2-story addition. You can see here it's like a 2-story, 2 masses adding. So just for reference that this was approved previously, long time ago, obviously. I'll scroll down all the way to my plans right here. So the addition is in the back. It's a 1-story gable facing the north with a covered porch in front of it, facing the west side, pretty much their yard. And then there is a little small addition from the side as a side entry into the kitchen, like this one here. On the elevation, it looks like a small side door on the right side, visible from the south, from India Street. And then in the back, there is a massing with the only change in the main house is changing the windows on the second floor in the back, and then the addition with the porch. It is the elevation from the east. and from west, showing the covered porch with some French doors and a little covered porch, yeah. And then we also trying to do two small skylights above the kitchen area, which there were skylights before on that shed roof on the north. We're just trying to move them to the small addition, which they are in the back of the property, not probably not very visible or not visible at all. There are also some 3D views for reference, like looking at the building and the addition from India Street. That's where is the addition here, and then here behind all the fences and trees. So I think that's all for now.
Mr.
Thanks.
Chair,
Yuri, yes, Ray.
I want to jump right in on this one because there's something here that I had this for consent and something that I found very troubling. And it's not necessarily to do with the addition, sadly, but it has to do with the existing conditions. So Fiona, I'm going to ask a lot of Fiona right now. First thing is I'd like to see the photograph of the existing front of the house.
It's submitted
No,
here.
no. Fiona, let's look at the existing front of the house.
It's actually Uri.
What? Oh,
It's me.
you're guiding it? Okay. Uri, show
Right
me
here.
the front of the house.
Yeah.
Keep going. Show me the front of the house.
Yeah, it should be there. I have
No,
it.
I'm looking at a chimney and a sidewalk and nothing else. How about everybody else? Does everybody else see this? I don't.
Yeah, the whole facade's in the picture.
Oh,
I
interesting.
I zoomed in on the front.
Okay, so now listen, here we are. Okay. Look at the size of the second floor windows vertically.
Yeah.
And then look at the space between the top of the sash, the top of the head casing on the first floor, and the sill of the second floor. Look at the space there. Now, if we go to Neil Parent's drawings, you're going to see that. Now, Uri, let's go to your front drawings.
Yeah, it's showing
Show,
the
I can't,
windows
I
are
still
smaller.
can't see it. Okay, here we go. All right. So
Yeah.
does everybody see that? Like,
Yes.
okay, the front, something is egregiously off by like feet, feet off. So I don't know what's off on the existing conditions, but I know something is like seriously off. And so the reason that this is of concern, because I understand you're not touching the existing volume of the house. But when we review the back part of the house, it's like we're reviewing it in relation to something, a mass that I'm not sure is accurate. So that's where my concern is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to make sure or check why there is so much, if the windows are not tall enough or overall height, but overall height was checked, measured, so I think it's the window size which
I would start
doesn't.
by just comparing your drawings with Neil Parent's drawings,
Yeah.
because Neil's seemed like pretty close to the mark, so that's where I'm hung up. Anyway,
Yeah.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your letting me speak.
Thank you. So is that your question and comment?
Me?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's fairly obvious that something's not right with the drawings. I can't tell what it is. Like Uri said, either the windows on the second floor are drawn too small, that's one possibility, or the building is drawn too tall, that's another possibility. But I feel like until we know what the real answer is, we have to be really careful about moving forward with, doing an addition onto a mass that we're not certain of the size of. That's all.
Got it. Thanks, Ray.
I have a
Yeah,
question.
can I
Yes,
quickly
Stephen.
say something before
I
you
have a
you
question.
start discussing?
Yuri, hang on just a second. There's a question from Stephen.
Is the chimney part of the application?
No, the chimney is existing.
Okay, can we look at the existing photo and the chimney drawing?
There is the photo.
Okay, and then go back to the drawing. Yeah, I mean, it's not as dramatic a difference, but they're not the same.
So,
I just, as opposed, sorry, Abby, I just suggest, I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Pohl's comments, and I think it'd be beneficial to have the drawings, hold this for the drawings to be revised, verified, revised, there's clearly modifications required, and maybe we do a view too. I think that little belts and suspenders may be in order.
Thank you, Stephen. Yuri, is there something you want to say briefly before we go on to the other commissioners?
Yeah, I just wanted to, regarding these heights, when I look at the new parents' plans and the photos, I see obviously those second floor windows are not tall enough. So I think that's where the problem is, because I actually double checked heights inside, floor, ceiling height, and those match. So overall height of the building should be all correct, except those windows and the sills are too high. But I'll fix that and show the proper heights.
Thanks. Thanks, Yuri.
could I make a motion to hold for the drawings to be corrected so we could look at the design?
You can make a motion, but let me check with any commissioners if there are any other comments before we move to a motion. Any other comments? Okay. On your
Sorry.
Yes,
Am
go
I
ahead.
sitting on this?
No, sorry, we switched over to Connie.
Okay, all right.
So I'll make a motion to hold, to correct the drawings so we're looking at the right dimensions.
Okay, on your motion,
I'm an aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thanks, Yuri.
Okay, thank you.
All right, who do we have here? 32 Woodbury Lane. Do we have them?
I see Ben.
Ben is here. I don't know who, Edwin Jacoby, what you're here for?
Well, if they show up, let's say 7:30. Let's move on to 4 South Mill, historic determination. Where's Ben? Up on the
Good evening, everybody.
Hey, Ben.
Hi.
You're welcome to present whenever you're ready.
Sure. Mr. Chair?
Oh,
May
yes.
I ask the applicant to actually do the first application, not the historic determination, but the actual
Oh,
COA?
the
to
revision.
the-
Yes. So we'll
Thank
take
you.
10 before 9.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, Stephen. Okay. So, Ben, your board is going to be Abby, myself, Ray, Connie, and Joe.
Sounds good. So we are looking, so we had an approval on this project 6 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago or so. And now we're kind of getting to the nuts and bolts of the construction project. And what we've come to find out is that we are requesting to raise the building 10 inches. So the entire wood structure gets lifted, and we're going to put a masonry cap on the existing foundation to earn us 10 inches of vertical height in the basement. So that gives us ceiling height in the basement to meet code compliant living space. and it resolves a grade issue on the uphill side where it wasn't exactly a sconset gutter, but it was like a planting bed that was sort of created to hold back soil from wood material. So that's probably the biggest change of this this request here is to lift the structure. Yeah, so you can kind of see that there's a planting bed there where it's being held back, and there's those little ramps into it. And if that wasn't there, the gravel, I guess, would be against the building. So I think that's it's good practice to keep the wood obviously out of grade, and we don't want to manipulate grade more than we have to. So the existing foundation will remain. So I want to make that very clear, and that we are just adding a 10-inch block on top to raise the structure. And then in addition, in this application, we are also requesting very minor trim change on the rear. We had that sunroom addition below the windows. We had a shingle surface approved. We're hoping to actually do a painted panel below there. We have kind of come to terms with the faux corner board above that sunroom addition, that it's just never going to sell it properly. So we'd like to remove that from the proposal. And then on the very rear of the building, we had French doors flanked by ganged windows. And now we're looking for a 4-unit door flanked by single windows. Again, as we talked about in the beginning of this project, that's basically invisible from the public way. I hate to say that, but it's true. So hopefully that fenestration change is sort of benign. So with that, leave it up to you guys, and I look forward to hearing your feedback.
Thanks, Ben. Holly, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you all remember this. This is the 1923 to 1949 structure that was the Bartlett Heating and Plumbing. So this is converting it from a commercial use into a residential use. This is the second time you've seen this revisions. The fenestration changes and the trim changes seem to be appropriate and in line with the board's previous approval. I do question the amount of glazing on the south pursuant to building with Nantucket and Mine guidance, regardless of its visibility. It is a lot, and I think that should be verified. Thank you, Ben, for giving the reason and showing it actually more in the photos of why the 10-inch increase in the height is necessary. Because I was questioning that with the fact that it's not within a flood area. So with this increase in height of 10 inches, though, I didn't see that really being shown on the elevations for the new height to the ridge and the proposed streetscape, which typically goes with your increase in height. But I don't think that would be necessary, but I think showing an actual elevation with the height would be appropriate. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that, Holly. Any questions for the applicant from the commissioners?
Am I sitting on this? This is Joe speaking.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to start, Joe?
Sure. I have no concerns. I appreciate you looking at that corner board. I was hesitating about it when we approved it, but I think with the panels painted, we can still read that that's a separation line from the existing structure to an addition at one point. So I think it's good. And I just wanted to note that I think we had two firsts tonight. First, we had a topless presentation. Now we have one from a VW van. So nice.
Who knows what's coming?
Does I have a shirt on?
Yeah. All right.
Thanks, Joe. Who would like to go next?
I can go.
Go ahead, Ari.
I'm fine with the changes. Thank you.
Connie, Ray?
I'm good. I think it's a good practice to build that building up a little bit so that it's further away from the ground. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Connie?
I have no concerns.
And I don't either. And yeah, I appreciate keeping the foundation and just going up, helping to preserve it. Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you for that, Abby, on your motion.
I,
Ray,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well. All right, let's move on to the historic determination. Would you like to say anything about that, Ben, or?
Sure. Just real briefly, you know, we're looking for the historic determination to relieve us of energy code issues. This is an existing 2x4 structure that we're never going to meet the energy code with. So we're looking to use that historic determination as a benefit to not having to rebuild this entire structure and re-insulating it or insulate it to a standard that we can't really meet. So.
Thanks, Ben. Holly, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With any approval, it should be noted with a finding that the board determined both the COAs, the original and the revision, that the structure will retain its historic character once the proposed work is completed. That's my recommendation, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that in mind, would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve the historic determination.
Were you on this one?
On your motion.
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Ray?
I'm an aye, but I just want to clear sort of a point of order type thing. So does the motion to approve include the language that Holly just outlined for us?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for
Just
clarifying
making
that.
sure.
Yep.
Okay.
You're an aye?
Yeah, I am. Yes, thank you.
And I'm an aye as well. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you,
Great.
everybody.
Thanks, Ben.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm signing off for this evening.
It's been a pleasure. Have a good
It
evening.
really has been. Thank you all. Yeah.
Good
Bye
night,
now.
Ray.
Yeah, night, night.
All right, we'll move on to 6 Fargo Way. Hope everyone had a chance to view that. Do we have representation?
Yes.
Nate? Oh, hey.
How's it going?
Just introduce yourself and present as you're ready.
Yes, hi, I'm Nate Barber. I started working on this property approximately a year ago. When I came on, a different landscaper and contractor who was working on the property prior to us erected a deer fence with PT posts, 4x4s, approximately 8 feet high. And they were, they had a plan for a gate, but we found out that, through the notice that the deer fence was put up without approval. So I'm here to go through the motions and show you the plot plan here, where it all is and where the gate is located and a plan for a new gate.
Mr. Chair,
Holly,
I
yes.
did want to let you all know that you did receive comments from an abutter, and that abutter is here in the queue if they wanted to speak.
Oh, thank you. Let me clarify the board. It's Stephen, Abby, Joe, myself, and Connie. Why don't we go ahead and hear from the neighbor? Edwin, if you'd like to speak, go ahead.
Great. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Terrific. So I just did prepared a letter, and I guess I'll just start by reading that. Dear members of the commission, thank you for the work you do to preserve the historic aesthetic of the architectural and natural features of Nantucket, and thank you for considering this public comment at the meeting. Me and my family are writing to express our concern with this deer fence, and I know Nate had mentioned that he didn't construct it, so no hard feelings there. But I think this, first of all, the certificate of appropriateness submitted didn't list the height, but he mentioned it. I think it's approximately 8 to 10 feet. Wire held in place by wooden posts, which are approximately 12 feet apart. I think these pictures in the before you give you a good sense of what the fence looks like. The area before this fence was installed was screened with a heavy layer of natural brush, which the owners clear cut and then installed the fence. It stands out quite clearly from the public way at multiple points, and I had submitted the yellow outlined border that was part of the meeting document. I had gone through and added, in red X's where you can see the posts and fence from the public way. It just, no neighborly notice was given for this. Obviously, they didn't come before you to ask for permission or approval, so there was no public comment for this work. And they have done a really remarkable job of screening their side of the fence. And I think we would ask, just to begin restoring the historic aesthetic of the area, that you require them to provide some sort of natural landscape screening on the public facing side of the fence. And as I say, as identified by the yellow line on the Peacock Residence layout plan provided by, I believe it's Hardin's International. So that would be what we would like, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you for your comments, Edwin. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Yes, Joe?
Sorry, the fence, is there a definitive height on the and the fence? Is it between 8 and 10 feet? Is it a consistent height? Just curious.
I would say it's 10 feet all the way around, but
I don't have the approximate height. I can provide that though. I apologize, but I believe it's about 8 to 10 feet tall.
Okay, so we're not sure about the height of the fence, but what's been applied for is height. I'm seeing
12, right?
on the application, it looks like 3 feet on the COA. Am I reading that right?
yeah, I think that application incorrectly states the height of the fence.
Okay. Edwin, have you measured the fence?
Yeah, I mean, I'm 6 feet tall and it's 4 feet taller than me, so I think it's 10 feet tall.
Okay. Thank you. So, commissioners, comments.
I can go.
Go ahead, Abby.
Here's the thing. It's clearly a neighborly thing to do. So I would be, my thought would be to move it inside the property, inside the vegetation, the natural vegetation, and cut down those posts to a more human scale. I don't know, 8 feet. I think 8 feet is what we've been working with recently, but those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Who would like to go next?
I could go. This is Joe speaking.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, well, the site plan that we have that has yellow markings on it that indicates the fence and the gate implies that the fence, yeah, there you go, thanks, is in from the property line typically in a rural area, we're looking at a minimum of 10 feet in from a property line. Sometimes it's as much as 20. And with the idea that the outside of that, between the fence and the actual property line, that the native vegetation remains. So I agree that having a planting strategy is important to mitigate the view of the fence from the public way, and certainly where it's, you know, right at the street, it really needs to be screened. And I think confirmation on the height is important. You know, sometimes we've done 8-foot deer fences or a 7-foot deer fence and then a cable across it. The fence I'm seeing, which is the posts and then the wire, it doesn't have a wooden top, which is good. So I guess I have less of a concern about what I would consider to be an unusually tall fence. I think if you were to, in other words, if you were to cut the fence down to 8 feet and then have a cable going across it, I don't think that you would end up with much of a visual difference. I think it really boils down to a believable screening plan and making sure that we're at least 10 feet away from all property lines. As far as the gate goes, appreciate that it's back from the way, but I think it could come even further into the property, which might mean that the fence it connects to gets repositioned slightly. And that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Who would like to go next?
I can go.
Go ahead, Connie.
So I would propose to pull the fence in 10 feet, have it no more than 8 feet tall, and the gate be pushed back to where the green line is, the end of the green line. And then have adequate planting, especially on the neighbor's side, to screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think for consistency, we need to stick with our distances from the setbacks. I agree with Connie. I think I don't know that the location of the proposed gate is inappropriate. I want to look at the elevation of the proposed gate. And if there's any objection to that design, for me, I'd want to push it back. But that would mean relocating the rest of the fence, which I think needs to happen at the driveway area. Anyways, it looks like it's only about 10 feet off the property line. Can we go to the elevation of the gate?
Page number 5.
Nate, this is going to be natural to weather.
Painted
What color?
white.
For me, the design is a little, we typically have very simplistic, more horse paddock style gates. And for me, I think the rails would need to be slightly not as tall, and the posts would not have a cap, just to try and simplify it a little bit. I mean, it's a nice looking gate. It's not typical of what we approve. Yeah. What's up?
Thank you, Stephen. So, right now, what there is a question for you, Nate, is the are the posts that are there. They're boxed posts that are painted.
So they're pressure treated posts in the ground, and they are wrapped with red cedar, painted white.
At the gate.
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
do have a post cap on them.
Okay. I agree about setting the fence back. The gate, yeah, would typically be simpler with just a few horizontal boards and maybe a cross board to support it. And be natural to weather. Yeah, typically these fences aren't any more than 8 feet. Driving out there today, the vegetation has screened this a great deal. There's still some areas that are visible. And there's like there isn't really a backdrop on it because when you look at the other photos of the property side of the fence, everything's clear cut. It's just open lawn. So commissioners, what would you like to do?
Mr. Chair.
Holly.
Thank you. I just wanted to relay something from staff. This is something that I know Kathy spoke with the chair on, Ray. That whatever the motion the board makes for these as-built fences, that we need to include a date for the owner to bring the property into compliance, whether it's 90 days, whatever. We need some sort of tangible time frame on that. So that would be our request. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Holly.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Stephen.
Can I get a clarification through? Nate, I thought I understood that, well, I understood that the gate was not, this gate was not yet built. That's not the case. This is what's there.
That's what's there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it is a mahogany.
It's mahogany,
All
correct?
right. So for me, the gate, if this were sanded to natural weather, would be, I think it's gonna gray out. It's a dead end street. And it's not a dead end street with a lot of turnaround space. There's a park down on the right and a little spot across from this place, but it's not like there's parking and turning. So, excuse me, for me, if this were natural to weather, and a big sign that says I paid the as-built fee was put on it. I'm joking on that. But I do think we still need to resolve the location of the fence itself. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that a fence over 7 feet tall, regardless of its design, not that it will make much of a difference, I don't think, requires a building permit under the Mass Building Code.
Could I make a suggestion instead of us figuring it out, that we hold for revisions and he come back and, you know, with how he's going to remedy this situation?
So a proposal prior to sometime in August or no later than mid-September, given our schedule for meetings.
That's the motion is revisions by when?
Scheduled for a meeting by mid-September.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get more and more expensive though. I mean, the longer he waits with an as-built, right?
Well, I'm just thinking schedule wise, having to talk to someone, get it on the meeting schedule. I don't know exactly where it falls, but if we say the end of August, I don't want it to be punitive. That's all.
Yeah, right. No, I don't want it to be punitive either.
Yeah. Like the mid-September, by the mid-September meeting for
Yeah.
old business, whatever that happens to be. Is that good with you?
Yeah, my motion, yes.
Okay.
On your motion,
I'm an aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thanks, Nate.
Could you just clarify the revision again, just so I understand it really quick?
Yeah, so it would probably be easiest to just capture it from the
Okay.
YouTube of the
I'll
meeting.
Talk to staff. about
Yeah.
it. Yep. All right, thank you.
You're gonna bring us down to a 4-person board? Yeah, we do.
Oh, you're leaving?
Oh, God bless you. That's the way to be a team player.
There's coats and hats up there in the closet. I went up there and got a jumper. Well, I think we need to write a letter to the town and say, maybe the money could be better spent on housing employees. I mean, it's gotta be, what, 66, 64 down?
See if you can carry it over to one of the hot days.
Oh,
So no-
to adjourn after saunas.
And
Well,
after-
after too.
So wait, we don't have anyone for Clifford?
And I'm listening, but I'm at a bike.
Okay, so the last, well, so what do we have? All of Emeritus? 198? Going straight to the front of the line, Matt.
Yeah.
198
good.
Hummock Pond Road.
I've been waiting to see if I was going to get heard, and I actually asked ChatGPT to write a spreadsheet to do the calculation for every, and it worked, except when you went faster, I couldn't adjust it. It's the second time I've done that. I actually had a programmer write a program about 10 years ago. But anyways.
We're gonna need another data center to
Oh,
process
yeah.
all
That's
that.
coming in next week. Big data center out by the airport.
Program in the lightning or?
No, that's the thing. That's where it went off the charts, but.
right.
All right. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll just jump right in.
Please go ahead.
All right. So this is a revision to the guest house. I'm just going to scroll down to the site plan. So this is 198 Hummock Pond Road. You had looked at this or approved all of these structures. And so this is the guest house, which is about 63 feet behind the main dwelling and 396 feet from the road.
So highly visible.
Highly visible,
Okay.
depending on who you are. And so the changes are, this is the west elevation that faces towards the pool. You can see the comparative previously approved elevation on the right. So it represents a reduction in fenestration on the second floor. Those two hipped porches on either side of it, which during the original approval, there was some trepidation by the board about those. And when we started to model it and look at it, we felt the same way. And so we're here before you tonight to see if we could actually change those to just straight gables. And I have a perspective to show you what that looks like. And then we wanted to change the first floor fenestration from 2 French doors to 4 and omit the 2 ganged windows that flanked it previously. And then, so these are just some side views of those porches. They're just 5 pitch. And we also wanted to add outdoor shower and enclosure on the back side of the building, which is not, I just don't think any of this is going to be visible. Anyways, this is the just perspective. This is like looking from the pool just to show what it looks like. So it's funny on your screen.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any questions from the commissioners? Oh, by the way, your board is Stephen, Abby, myself, Connie, and Joe.
Great.
Who would like to begin?
I could go. This is Joe, because
Thanks, Joe.
I reviewed the previous iteration. And the only thing that ever really gave me pause on this structure before was these wings of these shed roofs. So I actually think the gable is an improvement. The only, I don't even know that it matters, but I'll mention it. the window, the gable window now that it's being has a ridge below it instead of a continuous horizontal line. I guess it's the north elevation. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it
It-
on the south, but it looks
yeah.
like north too. Yep.
Yeah, it just this is the one elevation, I guess, that you could see from a great distance up the side of the house. The window feels small to me. Um, Before, I think it was mitigated by the shed roof when that line going all the way across, but now we've got even more shingle area. So it's minor, but I feel like that window should be, and I don't think it needs to match the other side. For you're not going to see them at the same time. Just feels a little small, but I wouldn't hold up an approval. Um, I think it's appropriate. Sorry.
Thanks,
Mr.
Joe.
Chair, could I make a suggestion just based on
Oh,
Joe's, because I think it's a
yep.
valid point. We could do two slightly larger windows on either side of that gable. I'm showing the second floor plan right now. So the window sill itself, I think, comes close to that ridge. But if we went to two windows, we could spread them and then you could probably get like a deeper window.
Are you suggesting a taller window?
It wouldn't, yes, correct.
So
and
it'd be wider and taller?
it could be, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay as is, but I just that's the one thing proportionally that just keeps coming. I keep coming back to it, so I'm just mentioning it so that you could take a look at it. I'd approve it either way. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe, and thanks for the offer. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Can we see the other elevation?
The opposite gable end?
Yeah,
Are
the
you
90
sure?
rotate. No, the rotational. Yeah, Matt, something seems. Maybe it's an optical illusion, but if you look at the roof planes here, they don't seem as tall. Now go to the other. They don't seem nearly as tall. I'm using the lower new proposed gable as my measuring stick relative to the primary roof plane and the dormers. And it looks like it's about 2.5 of those. And this looks like it's more like 1 3/4. You know, do you know what I'm saying?
I do. I
Something
think it's a,
Is it just
I think
visual?
your eyes are just deceiving you.
Optical.
Just kidding.
I
No,
did.
I do totally agree with you. It is a Revit model, so it should be,
Okay.
it should be accurate, but I think it's because the window looks so small and the shingle to fenestration ratio is off, meaning that there's just more shingle than there is window, and I do think
Okay.
that it just looks like a big forehead cyclops
well-
kind of sitch.
I was gonna say that the window is now calling out the pitch of the main roof, but that's previously approved and that goes with the house. We're not questioning that. I don't disagree with the potential solutions there. I agree with, the secondary roof mass reconfigurations being appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Abby or Connie?
I can go.
Please go ahead, Connie.
I think this is appropriate, and I do like the suggestion of the two larger windows.
Yeah, they are.
If that would,
It's kind of,
Magic.
They're peach. But
it's supposed to be like a light red.
Magic Matt.
Yeah.
That's your new nickname.
Sweet.
So Abby,
yeah, I'll go along with that.
so are we looking at A's or B's? I mean, B's or C's for those windows? If you look at the door and window schedule, one of those,
Give me 1 second.
say
Oh, there we go. I would say a B.
B. So is this going to be an exhibit A?
I could
Matt,
screenshot
could-
this and send it to somebody if they want.
How's that work? Does that
Well,
work?
Goes up to a satellite, then it comes back down. So.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Not to
yeah.
be, I like that.
Sorry, I had to say that.
Of course, on your motion.
I'm an I.
Stephen? Sorry to catch you mid-bite. That was a yes. Connie?
I took a bit, hey.
Joe?
Aye.
And I am an I as well. All right.
Thank you very much.
On to 118 Eel Point Road. Main house revisions.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll just jump right in.
Please go ahead, Matt.
Okay,
Thanks.
so this is 118 Eel Point Road. You've seen this well, you've seen this before. It's approved. We want to change the window type. We had a 2/2 window type, and then the more we looked at it, we thought that a 6/1 would be a bit more appropriate with the smaller divided light windows, just given the style of the house. So that's what the majority of these changes are for. We also, this is a very small detail, but the rake termination, instead of a plumb cut or a square cut, I think it was before, we wanted to add a little scallop to it, just a little bit of a curve, just to add some more detail, but it's fairly small. And then finally, we, on the primary gable, we wanted to pad out I guess we would call it a pediment of sorts, and add a subtle shingle style detail where we actually pad out that gable, and then it allows us to do kind of a feathered shingle return just to add some layering. And I believe that is the majority of and then obviously the front door was a 4-light, and so we've changed that to a 9-light. And so those are the changes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions from the board? All right, comments, anyone? Well, don't jump all at once. Go on.
It's
Go ahead.
Stephen, thank you. Is that all?
Yep.
All right, Joe?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I think actually there was movement in this direction during the initial review, and it stopped. And so I'm happy to see the 6/1s, and I think there are other examples of these details. I think even in the house across the street, there's some similar trim details, so it's not uncommon. So I think it's appropriate.
Beautiful.
Thank
house
you for
across the
that,
street.
Joe.
No
Connie?
concerns.
I'm fine.
Okay, well, I think that this house is going to be highly visible, and these are net improvements, so I'm all in. So would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion, Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Abby?
I.
And I am an aye as well. All right.
Thank you very much.
Moving right along. Gosh, we're going to get all these out of the way. One Mothball Way.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so this is One Mothball. I think we just got this recently approved. One of the big sticking points with this project was the 2 garage bays that were, prevalent. And anyways, so this area on the site plan here with this dashed red line, when the property was purchased, it was designated as a drainage easement. And we really wrestled with this idea, even though we got the approval with the garage doors, just kind of struggled with it a little bit after the fact. Anyways, we did some research. Turns out that drainage easement has sunsetted. So that will allow us to build a 2-car garage in that drainage easement, which is not before you yet, but we wanted to get the main house back in front of you because what it allowed us to do is remove the garage completely from the facade. So what we did is you can see on the side elevation, which is the south elevation, just the profile here. What we did is we matched the pitch of the main body of the house, and then we added this 4-pitch kind of broken back, if you will. And so the ridge height, although our clouding, revision cloud is obscuring it, but it is almost a foot or maybe 9 inches somewhere lower than the main body. And then it's just a straight jet dormer, windows, and then this is the mudroom door. We did move the mudroom accordingly. So that is the change, the extent of the revisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions for the applicant? All right. How about comments?
I don't mind going.
Go ahead, Joe.
I I actually grew to like the previous gable, but I'm happy to see the garage door disappear. I think that the front-facing dormer feels tall to me. The shingle space below the windows feels like it's a lot, and it's almost competing with the main mass. And it may be that the combination of the height of it and its proximity to the gable. Like if it got slightly narrower, I'm looking at your plan too, it looks like it could probably get 2 feet narrower without affecting the plan because there's dead space in there. I think that would help. And if it could get diminished in height, whether or not that means the eave or the plate height goes down a little bit and you steepen up the pitch. Unless you went back to the gable altogether, but I feel like it's competing a little bit. That's the. And can you go back to that front elevation again? I just want to look at that secondary. Yeah, that entrance. Don't know that. I'm just thinking about the hierarchy between the main elevation and this other one. I could see just the shed roof continuing a little bit further and being bracketed. I don't know that you need the other gable. The doors, there's a hierarchy, but I feel it feels a little bit fussy. Plus, it intersects with the shed dormer back there. It just feels a little bit too unresolved, I guess. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Who would like to go next?
I can go.
Go ahead, Abby.
Yeah, I don't think this is as successful as the first one with the gable, so I kind of agree with Joe. That it just looks like almost like it's like a little row house, and the one on the left just doesn't seem to talk to the main mass. So I don't have a solution, but I can say that I think that dormer is sort of overwhelming. So if you could tone it down, it might work better.
Thanks, Abby. Stephen or Connie?
I can go.
Go ahead, Connie.
I like what's been said about toning down the dormer, but I also like the gable forward. And I don't know if you could just replace those garage doors with windows. I don't know, just a suggestion.
We can look at it.
Just throwing it out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Stephen?
So Matt, I agree with comments about the gable forward, and primarily because it doesn't introduce a dormer that shows a real incongruence with what amount to be eyebrow style dormers to the right. If you could, I think if you could get a common vocabulary going there, other than not only the fenestration, but mass and overall mass and size of mass, that would be beneficial. Otherwise, I think the reversion to that gable is beneficial.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Stephen. So I agree with Joe. I mean, this, for me, this really is competing. Because of the height of the shed dormer and how close it is and how much shingle area there is, it really does compete for for the presentation on the facade. And then the pent roof just kind of adds on to it. So I think, you know, as much as I love the garage door going away, I think that maybe the gable forward made more sense, but I think that if this dormer got a lot smaller, like only, you know, the square window, the upper sash of the window and pushed back till it got to the sill, would work with those smaller one light high windows that are in the main mass, and the elimination of the pent roof. And I think that it would actually be a better option.
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
On your motion,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
I'm an I as well.
Thank you very much.
Sure thing. You've got another one here.
Got one more.
All right, 6 Lily Street. You can
Okay.
begin whenever you
Seemed
like.
easy.
We're knocking them out. You saw it? Yeah. So, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll jump right in.
All you.
Yeah, okay. So this is obviously you've seen 6, 8 Lily previously. So we're really here before you for 3 things. One is, as part of our previous submission, you'll see in the drawing 6, which is the north elevation previously HDC approved, we did propose to add this covered porch on the front entry. And I'm going to zoom in on it real quick. And you know, those, you will find those in some Underhill cottages. And but it is something that we were planning to add. So we're asking to not add that. And in addition is to add another window adjacent to it. And the reason being is just to capture some more sunlight. So the interior of this space, the center section is actually the living room, and we get really beautiful morning sunlight through that. And so we were looking to add a window there, and again, omit a covered porch that is not currently part of this composition. The other change on the north elevation is we had 3 windows, and Angus, you had mentioned this, that as part of the previous approval, that those windows were too small, and they are. And so we proposed to just increase the size of them. They are based on an existing window size that is found in the existing house. So they just got a little bit taller. I think it was, and we had planned to come back immediately after the original approval for that. And then finally, on the back of the building, which is the south elevation, we wanted to just get a larger French door. You can see the previously approved. I think they got wider by somewhere in the range of 6 inches plus or minus. Small detail on the back of the house. I don't think you're ever going to see it, but those are the changes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Holly, do you have comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the observatory, excuse me, in Sunset Heights from circa 1893. Do you have a historic determination on file for the last approvals? And first, I want to thank Matt. Thank you. If you look at the cover sheet that he's provided, it differentiates between the square footage of the historic structure versus the additions. And this should be the gold standard for all proposed addition. Actually, I want them to see it, if you don't mind, to the cover sheet. See how it's very clear about what the existing structure is and the additions. That's how all applications for contributing structures should be. So with that, my main concern would be the addition of that window. Doubling the original 8/8 front window into a gained 8/8, I don't feel is appropriate, as it alters the character defining window or facade. And I refer to the historic photo from 1910 where it shows that 8/8 right in the middle. And it actually had that roof structure, but I do notate that roof structure was something that was added on with that last addition. That's my main concern. On the previously approved plans, the existing 8/8 was quote unquote to remain. Along with that I want to say the increase in glazing with the new French door. I don't think it's appropriate, but you already have an existing approval for the French or that French door. So my only main issue would be the change to this historic facade. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Holly. Commissioners, who'd like to go first?
I could go since there's silence.
Thanks, Joe.
This is the last application, right?
Almost.
Almost. Okay. I think the changes are appropriate. I was wondering about this window that Holly just described, and I was thinking that actually bringing back the eave line, the existing eave line, which got obliterated with sorry, that's a strong word, with the addition of the new porch. Now that the porch has been removed, we go back and we get to see the original eave line and its relationship to the front door. So to me, that's a net benefit. And one thought relative to that window is whether or not the existing window slides over and you add another one so that's not ganged, but there's a shingle space between them. So then at least the existing window stands independent, and we've just added one adjacent to it versus changing the character of it altogether. And I have no concerns about the French doors in the back due to lack of visibility. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Who'd like to go next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen. Go ahead.
Matt, can we go to, that looks better. Close up. Can we go to, can you zoom in on the original below it?
All right.
Yeah.
I'm getting too cute with these markups.
Now you know what Fiona goes through every Tuesday.
I know. I need a mouse.
Okay, so 8 light. All right, now back up to the proposed again. We could focus on that door for a moment. I want to mention these doors and when we address the French doors. So zoom back out, please. So for me, a lot of the fenestration on this building is not matched. So I think that kind of works in your favor, but it also reads from, at least this point of view, this distance, as not a unique characteristic. Whereas before, that window read as a unique characteristic, even from this distance. And that even it being, a third of the size of what we're reviewing, the original. The point is that I think if you were to make this like a 12 light wide instead of a 6, make it a single window that's wider than the original, it would be, to my mind, an enhancement of that unique characteristic without introducing a ganged window. That's number one. The other thing I wanted to mention was, I think a similar approach to the windows on the right would be to, can you show the elevations on the left? I thought I saw I saw something that was a good reference for me.
This one, upper left.
No, I'm not seeing it. I almost would, so then the window that you're proposing now, the double set.
Yep.
In the, I'm going to go back to, yeah. I think almost like then, make that window wider instead of a double, make it a single, just wider than, not as wide as it's shown here, but wider than the original, using the same light size, and then individual light size. And then on the other windows, I think the smaller windows worked proportionately better. And if not, then if you can't stick with that, I would make that 2 windows and have it be the same 8 or 10 lights wide.
Uh-huh.
So
Gotcha.
you're,
I get what you're saying.
to me, it seems like then you're picking up on key characteristics of the fenestration that were kind of standouts in a positive way without you're introducing new elements, but there's like a reference point. Other than that, I don't really, oh, the French doors, can we go to those, keeping in mind, can you go to the imagery that you showed with the blue doors and the iron straps?
Yeah, we're not showing the straps.
So these doors have a distinctly, cottage barn-like type of
They're pretty awesome.
at least historic, but I think if you could bring some type of detail that doesn't appear gimmicky, like not a standard raised panel on the bottom of the doors, but maybe a light up, maybe it's got a thicker rail at the bottom and it has some of the iron strap or something along those lines.
If I could, through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. So our intent was to keep this door exactly the way it is, with the hinges, with everything. Sometimes when we draw the as-built, we just either get tired and we can't.
Is there
draw
any
the
vocabulary
hardware
from this that you can bring to the French doors?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Certainly. I could.
Because for me, they are so foreign. They just look like,
Yeah.
French doors on a historic, really.
They're on the back, but yeah, I can see if I can do something like
Yeah,
that.
and again, subject to visibility. Okay, so those are my comments. As labored as they were at 5 to 8.
Thank you, Stephen. Who's left? Connie.
Yeah, I really have nothing else
Oh.
to add. I like a lot of Stephen's proposals. That's a Dutch door, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like that.
So there's double hinge in the middle.
Is that all?
That's it.
Abby?
Okay, so, I'm tired, so I'm gonna use the word like, and,
Me too. I did.
I won't hold it against.
I don't like the double gang window to the left of the door, and I don't like the 3 gang windows on the right. It's somehow cheapening the whole Underhill cottage thing. It's lost its simplicity, and its Underhillness. So I would like to see just a simple single door to the left of the front door. And I like the way you had those 3 little gang ones right up in the fascia, right up in the eave there. They look, more of Underhill sort of characteristics. So, sorry.
Okay.
That's
why we're here.
okay. Well, thanks for taking it.
And Joe, you've already gone?
Yes, I
Okay.
went. Yeah.
Thank you. It seemed like it's been a while. All right. Okay. So if you look at the north existing elevation, this is quintessential Underhill. Single windows, standing alone. So my opposition to the first approval was the triple window on the right side. And any sort of version of that, I'm going to be adverse to. And definitely within the main body, beside the front door, that's just a character defining element. It's standalone 8/8 window, typical Underhill detail, and mull it with another window in that space is going to change the character of that. The French doors in the back, I don't think are visible in any way. It would be appropriate to have, something that is more in keeping with the period and design of the house, but I don't think that you can see it. So, what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to hold for revisions.
On your motion,
I'm an aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Do we have anyone left standing?
Well, we
Left
got it.
and standing. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night. Um,
What's Tom?
do you guys have it in you to just get the last two people here? You,
Mine's very quick.
we good?
I could,
Okay, 35 Maury Lane.
For me, it depends on what they are. Tom, what are you here for?
17, I think it's easy, but.
Oh, famous last words at 8 o'clock.
yeah, I mean, I've got a dog at home. I've got to go. I mean, that's, you can do a four-man board or.
Yeah, let's roll with it.
All right.
Abby's out of here.
Yeah, you can do.
Somebody
Hey,
can
thanks
mull
for
it.
hanging in for the last half hour. Okay, 35 Maury. Joe, you're still in?
Yeah, I'm here. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so your board is going to be Stephen, Joe, myself, and Connie.
Oh, that's right. We
35
are.
Maury.
I forgot about that. See, it's so
Should I
nice
start,
about being
Mr.
a
Chair?
chair. You can forget about it.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So first, I just wanted to start, I have 4 quick points. The first one, I just want to start by apologizing because when we did the Exhibit A on the last one, we did not realize that part of the Exhibit A was including an enclosed railing on the second porch. So that's why we're back today. Number 2, we've surveyed the neighborhood and taken pictures. And as you can see on sheet A22, there is 36 houses in the near vicinity of 35 Maury Lane that have an open or have a railing that faces a road, and every single one of them is open. There are no enclosed railings. So we've taken pictures. If you go, sorry, feed it to the next page, you can see all the, yeah. So that is all the houses with railings facing roads, and they are all open. The third note is that the address for this house is actually Maury Lane. So the cottage faces the side yard on Hedgerow. Every single house on Hedgerow that has a railing facing Hedgerow is open. So we just want to keep in tune with the neighborhood, as well as, and you can see, sorry, if you go back to A11, sorry. Just one up more. You can see from Maury Lane, looking down Hedgerow, the main house as well as the hedge blocks any view of the cottage. It's all the way at the end of the property. You cannot see it. And again, Hedgerow is a dead end road. It's not a thoroughfare. Like no one is going there unless they live there, and everybody has open rail. The last thing is that the main house itself has 2 open railings facing Hedgerow, and we just want to keep in tune with the architecture of the main house. And that's it.
Thank you. Holly, do you have any comments?
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. The board approved, as Sana had mentioned, with an Exhibit A, but respectfully, the COA had not been satisfied. It's still sitting there, so technically you're revising a COA that technically we haven't issued the COA on. This is kind of not how we do this, but I wanted to bring that up to the board's attention, because here we are. That would be my comment. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the board? Comments?
If it's a paperwork thing, I mean, the other option through Mr. Chair, or for consideration, is we could motion to reconsider the vote. Would be a majority vote of the members sitting, and then we could reconsider the vote by making a new motion. And then that would mean that the COA motion is amended with a date notation that it was changed. Or we could just do the amendment and it's just presuming that the paperwork is finalized. It's just that they're not aligning on a linear timeline. So I think they're both appropriate. It's just, I guess it's it's up to staff in terms of what's easier for you with respect to paperwork.
May I, through you?
Please go ahead, Holly.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Stephen. I appreciate that. I think at all due respect on COAs, I do think clearing it up with the staff approval, getting it finalized so that way, whatever the emotion is for tonight, that it's clean. And we know that this first approval was actually amended clean with this one,
Okay.
whatever the board is so inclined with. Thank you.
I'm happy to bring in the staff approval tomorrow and have that closed off.
So the motion would be to reconsider the prior vote. And I would make that motion.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
I,
and I'm an aye. So that's done.
Okay. And then on the merits, back to you.
On the merits.
Well, I mean, back to you in terms
Yeah.
of process, like we're back
So-
to square one.
So, on the application at hand, which is to have an open rail as opposed to a closed rail, are there comments?
Given the preponderance of evidence presented, and the main house has that detail, I think it's appropriate. And if I were to make a motion at the tail end of this, it would be to, well, Holly, may I, through Mr. Chair, what does does the existing COA Exhibit A indicate that's a closed rail?
Yes.
Yes, it was, to, the exhibit A indicated to change the gable dormer back to a shed dormer, which I believe she's indicated. Pull in the second floor deck balustrade, make the second floor balustrade a shingled wall and draw the dormer correctly. So yes.
Okay, so the motion that I would propose if we get there is that the correct the dormer, shed dormer, correct the dormer, and the rail would be open as originally indicated on the Exhibit A.
So, if we go to sheet A21, page number 5, bottom right.
Yeah.
Here,
Yes.
that's what we're talking about. That's
Yeah.
what you
That's
want.
what we would like. So
Yeah.
that is Exhibit A.
And that's the way the
but
dormer
with-
was
with the
approved.
Open rail instead of
just-
the closed rail.
Okay, and that's your motion.
Yeah, and we could say that it will be modified to conform to the A2.1 lower right, and then in the Exhibit A, I'll just circle it. So we actually have a
Yeah.
reference.
On your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
I.
Joe,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. All right,
Perfect.
that's done.
Exhibit A will just look exactly like that, but with a closed rail. Because that's what it is approved.
It's just gonna get
Your,
circled.
your Exhibit A is gonna be that.
Get dissatisfied to close off the other one, it'll be that, but closed. And then this will be the new.
Do a break.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, last one up,
Yeah, it's gonna be an Exhibit A, and we're gonna
17 Pilgrim Road.
circle that.
This was on my list and it was a little confusing. Thank you for showing up.
Perfect. Sorry. Thank you for staying late. So
You can begin whenever you like.
great. So I'm Tom Garrett from Hanley Construction, just representing the owners at 17 Pilgrim. They have asked to change a single window on the second floor north and the second floor south bedrooms 201, 207 to a double window. They essentially are just looking to change their bed configurations and get more light in those two bedrooms. So that single window goes to a double, and on the north and then also on the south side, there's a bedroom on the south as well.
Okay, that's why I couldn't understand it, is that it's bubbled, but it's not representing what you're proposing.
Got it.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
Well, yeah, can you repeat what I see the cloud that's here. That's going to become
Yeah, so
a double
sorry for
window?
sorry for the confusion. We're looking to change that single window that's bubbled to a double window, double B.
Okay.
And
I have
then
no
on,
concerns.
Ganged or spaced or?
no, gang together.
So it'd basically be the window below.
Yep.
Oh,
And then there's also, if you go to the next slide, you'll see it on the other side. Same here.
Hmm.
So it would match the, I'm not sure if that's east or I can't see that. Yep.
Okay, so commissioners, questions?
I got a question.
Yes.
Sometime, I mean, this isn't a gotcha because this is a project in progress, so it's not like it's an as-built in the traditional sense with a fee.
Yep.
This is already, you've got the windows openings and the windows in.
We have frame for them
Okay.
and yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the project because I've been down there quite a bit. I have no concern.
The one is covered with shingles or
Yeah.
paper, so you can't see it, but it's.
No, I have no concern. Thank you.
And Joe, you already went?
Yeah, I already went. I have no concerns, although I do think that the north elevation, those double windows are going to look snug, but
Yep. And Connie.
that was my concern too. I'm not as concerned with the south elevation, but the north.
Yeah, it's too late. They, I mean, we can,
Your concern was them fitting in.
Yeah, like Georgia said, they're gonna be awful snug if it's the same size. Or is it the B?
It's the builder proposing this. I'm sure there's some plan.
it's the B. They fit. It doesn't touch the roof. I can assure you. But I could show you a picture if
Please.
you can't see it from the road on the north side, and the south is not really visible because of the garage at 15 Pilgrim. But
Oh, I hear a motion coming. This is the lightning round, the last application.
Well, I mean, given comments and I understand Connie's concern and I don't disagree with, I wanted to see about visibility. But I think given the visibility, I would motion to approve as submitted. Noting that we actually want to see a drawing with the windows. So this would be an Exhibit A motion showing the locations, these locations to have a double set of double hung windows.
On your motion?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen. Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you.
thank you.
All right.
Sophie, draw it up. Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
Minutes.
For approval of the minutes?
So move, oh, yeah, so moved.
Nice. On your motion.
I'm a no.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. And a motion to adjourn. Who's gonna do the John Mahal?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Thanks for hanging in there, Joe.
Yep, thank you.
So long as someone remembers your name. So we're doing John a nice justice there.